Councilmember Goddard,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Present.
and Mayor Hellman.
I'm here. Thank
Okay.
you. And can I get a motion to approve the agenda and affidavit of posting?
So moved.
I'll second that. Oh, you can go for it.
Okay.
I heard motion Goddard, second Kohler. Michelle, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
All ayes.
And Vice Mayor Cutrano, would you like to read the land acknowledgement? If you have it handy.
Sure. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging.
Thank you. Okay, our meeting protocol, the mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. So we have a few announcements, and I don't know if anybody needs to add to these, but we have the spring egg hunt on Saturday the 16th at 10 a.m. in Duinas Park. Passover Community Seder also on April 16th in the evening from 5 to 9 at the Women's Club. There's a teen open mic April 23rd at the Women's Club at 6:30 p.m. There's a Take Back Day Saturday, April 30th in the Fairfax Market parking lot from 10 to 1 for medications, vape pens, and then from 10 to 4, there's paper shredding, electronics, and tires. And I just have a couple of additions to this. This Saturday, the 9th, there's a fundraiser to save indigenous amphibians. It's organized by some environmental scientists, students at Archie Williams, and the concert will be in Perry Park at the Redwood stage. I believe it's, Renee, you might be able to help me with this, from 1 to 5 p.m. on the 9th. And then also, just in addition, we have an Earth Day event at the Fairfax Library on April 23rd. The Climate Action Committee will also have a table there as well. And that's from 2 to 4 on the 23rd. Does anyone have any other announcements? No. Oh, okay. I didn't see who was first because I had my browser up. I was reading online, so I don't know who was first.
I think I was. Just a quick one. I had asked for this, but luckily we didn't need to do it. I wanted to announce that AB 2170, which was urgency legislation, was signed into law by our acting governor, Eleni Kouliakis, which extends the eviction moratorium through June 30th, 2022 for anyone who's in the queue for rental assistance money. And it also prohibits locals from doing their own eviction moratoria. So I hope we can get that in the newsletter so folks are aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick one. This Sunday at 10 a.m., so April 10th at 10 a.m. at the corner of Duinas Park, we're doing a park cleanup day with the Fairfax volunteers. It's usually from 10 to 11, and we just kind of circle around the park, just bring closed-toed shoes, and We provide gloves and trash bags, but hope to see you there.
Really appreciate both those additions. Thank you. Our Fairfax Food Pantry, as always, Saturday, 8 to 10 at the Fairfax Community Church. And to receive our town agendas, newsletters, and updates by mail, you can subscribe by visiting our website, townoffairfax.org. Now we're on to our introductions and presentations.
Mayor,
Yeah.
I think you may have forgotten to announce the vacancies on the boards and commission.
I did skim over that. I can do that now. Thank you. We have one vacancy on the Planning Commission, and the deadline's been extended to April 25th. We are still standing up the Community Emergency Preparedness Committee. There are seats available for community members, CERTs, NRG members, and Firewise members. We have a few, I don't think it's 5, vacancies on the Climate Action Committee. We have one vacancy on the Open Space Committee, and one vacancy on Park and Rec, and one vacancy on the Volunteer Board. On to introductions and presentations. Heather, would you like to introduce Interim Public Works Director Hamid Sappore?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Hamid, if you'd like to turn on your camera, you can do that now. I wanted to introduce Hamid Sappore. He is a retiree and with us for up to 960 hours. And he is a very experienced public works director. We're very lucky to have him, and really looking forward to all the work that he can accomplish in this short time to really set us on a path for completing some of those projects and helping us plan for the future for our infrastructure, which is so critical to the town. So with that, I'll turn it over to Hamid.
Thank you, Heather. Madam Mayor, members of the council, it's a pleasure to be here among you, and just happy and pleased to be here helping you, the town, the staff, in any way I can.
We're thrilled to have you.
Okay.
No, you dove right in with the pavilion and the recent collapse on the hill. So we'll keep you busy. There's no doubt.
I'm sure. Thank you.
Any other comments before we move on? Okay. Thank you, Hamid.
Welcome.
Thank you, Heather.
Good to have you.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Moving on, we have a proclamation in memory of Doug Wilson, former Fairfax council member and mayor. And I will read that. Whereas Doug Wilson was born in 1943 and was a community dedicated Californian who used his talents and career to fight against selfish interests and better serve residents of Marin County and those in his community. And whereas Doug was raised in Palo Alto and Los Altos Hills, graduated from UC Berkeley, receiving a bachelor's and master's degree. And whereas Doug served on the Fairfax Town Council for over 7 years after he was elected in 1990, where he also served as mayor from 95 to 96. And whereas Doug and Perry Ann, his wife of more than 38 years, were members of the Deer Park Neighborhood Association in Fairfax, where Doug served as president and was instrumental in serving the daycare center. And whereas Doug was for many years a member of the Marin Conservation League, served as a board member of the Marin Museum of Contemporary Art, chaired the Marin County Solid Waste Committee. He was commissioner on the Marin County Parks, Open Space, and Cultural Affairs Commission during a key time of land preservation, and was a member and chair of the Sierra Club Marin Group Executive Committee. And whereas a man with many talents, Doug was also an environmental activist and believer in providing more public access to everyone, leading him to work on projects involving housing in Hunters Point, the San Francisco City Hall retrofit, the Conservatory of Flowers, the Customs House, Skywalker Ranch, and Old Oakland. And whereas Doug was a brilliant painter, sculptor, and ceramicist, and whereas he helped found Gate 5 Clay, was a devoted member of the Cloud Hands West Tai Chi Friends community, and whereas Doug will be remembered as a man of integrity, kindness, compassion, and wisdom, who loved life and had a deep and powerful reverence for nature and the earth. Now, therefore, be it hereby proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax that in memory of Doug Wilson and his many contributions to the community, April 6th, 2022 is Doug Wilson Day in the Town of Fairfax. Councilmember Kohler, you're muted.
Can I just add something quickly? I just want to thank staff, particularly Lorena, for putting this together. I asked for it kind of late. And Perry Ann Wood, his wife, is watching it on television rather than zooming in. So thank you very much for reading that, and thanks to staff for putting that together.
Thank you, Councilmember Kohler. Councilmember Ackerman.
I just wanted to say that Doug Wilson was indeed a man of integrity and gentle, and ran meetings incredibly well. I mostly knew him through his consistently hosting the Marine Conservation League's Climate Action Working Group, which met monthly and was just one of the best gatherings around. Everybody that I knew tried to go to those, and they were just always outstanding conversations, very informal and yet to the point. And I will be missing Doug very much.
Thank you. Okay, doesn't appear to have any more comments.
Madam Mayor, were you going to go out to the public?
We can do that. Thanks, Michelle.
Mhm.
I see two raised hands. I'll call on the first person, Laura Gabri. You're unmuted now, if you'd like to make a comment.
Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay. My name is Laura, and I raised my two children here. They graduated from Drake High School. A single mother. I've been a caregiver in the community for 35 years, caring for people's loved ones. I am now a grandmother of two young grandchildren. And I fortunately, a couple of years ago, put my name on an affordable living situation. So my rent is...
Ma'am, I'm going to interrupt you. Are you commenting on either of the items we have just...
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm out of line here.
That's okay. We're about to move to public comment on items not on the agenda, which would be the appropriate time.
Okay. I'm sorry about
That's
that.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. New to me. This is new.
That's okay. We encourage you to come back.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have one other raised hand, Deborah Benson. If your comment is on this proclamation, I have unmuted you.
Is not. I am not new to this, but I also want to speak on items not on the agenda. So thank you, Michelle.
Okay, so there are no other comments, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Open time for public expression. We have assigned 30 minutes for this. It's a time to address the council on matters that are not on the agenda. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes, subject to the mayor's discretion. If there are hands still raised after 30 minutes, open time will be continued to the end of the agenda. The council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of council to discuss any unagendized item unless it can be demonstrated to be of an emergency nature or the need to take immediate action. So with that, let's open public expression, please.
Okay. Right. The first hand raised is Deborah Benson. You're unmuted.
Thank you, Michelle. Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive, Fairfax. I want to speak to trees, about trees. As you all know, I'm a member of the tree committee. And by the way, I like the placement of that donated dogwood tree. It's really pretty, and I see it every time I drive down Duinas Road. So PG&E. PG&E last year up the road from me on Cascade Drive took down an oak tree, and I called Mark Lockaby and asked about it. And he said that they did not have a permit, and he contacted the person in charge who told him that there was a mistake, that the tree was marked for pruning, and the contractor mistakenly thought that the mark meant take it down. And he informed them that they needed to obtain a tree permit to cut a tree down in the town of Fairfax. So lately, there have been a lot of trees being cut down by PG&E without permits. Last week, a couple of weeks ago, Mark very kindly informed the tree committee of 20 trees that they had, as a courtesy, they said, given us applications for. They deemed them all dead or dying. I went and looked at most of those 20 trees, and after 3 years on the tree committee, I'm not a certified arborist, but I can tell a tree if it's dead. I can usually see if a tree is dying, and only 2 of the trees that I looked at seem to be in jeopardy. So I kind of got the idea that they're just trying to absolve themselves of their pruning responsibilities and taking the trees down instead. Last tree committee meeting, there was a tree on Marinda that was on the agenda for the tree committee to look at. And we were told by Susan Waters that that was off the agenda because PG&E had come down and cut down the tree. And the reasons were that it was close to gas lines and it could, endanger their power lines. Forest Terrace, there were 2 trees that came before us for recommendation to the planning committee. And PG&E came and cut one of the trees down without informing the homeowner, as the same thing happened with the tree on Cascade, and told the homeowner that they had the right to cut the other one down. So at the last planning commission meeting, this was discussed, and Attorney Colson said that they do not have that right. And here we are with Mark Lockaby in the hot seat between the town of Fairfax and PG&E. And if you go to the intersection of Rock Ridge and Iron Springs Road, you'll see they butchered a whole stand of trees. And I heard from the neighbors that they're cutting more down. So I know I'm out of time. So I would really like you guys to get in here and get involved and give Mark a hand and take a stand. So, and if anybody wants any more information, they can get in touch with me. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Deb.
Sorry, I was muted. Susan Weeks Adams, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Susan Adams. I reside at 47 Tamalpais Road in Fairfax. And my comment pertains to affordable housing in Fairfax. I'm here to urge the town council to adopt a rent control or similar measure as an important step in providing affordable housing in Fairfax. In that regard, I have 3 points I'd like to make in support of such a measure. First, I believe that rent control provides fairness to landlords. This is a community of people who, of owners of small apartment buildings, perhaps, or an in-law unit, or another cottage on their own residential property. By having a rent control measure, it helps the landlords assure that there is a fair and reasonable regular increase that's objectively evaluated, and eliminates any kind of contest and negotiation between individual renters and the landlord themselves. I think it provides an objective setting, I think, which is very helpful and assures that everyone is getting a reasonable and secure measure of funding. Secondly, I believe that rent control provides fairness to the residential tenants. When folks seek to live here, they look for a home that they can afford and provides a wonderful place to raise a family. With rent control, families can budget annually for what they need to have to maintain their safe home, and maybe they need to take a second job. But without rent control, individuals and families have no way to budget and to anticipate what are going to be potential increases in their home costs. So I think that rent control does provide a known monthly way to take care of this important part of one's life, which is, and of course in California, especially in the Bay Area, housing cost for most of us is the biggest cost, and having a fair and reasonable monthly rent is one way to assure that people can stay and know what to anticipate. Third, I believe that rent control also provides stability and benefit to our community as a whole. The residents, homeowners, tenants, small business owners, that's the people that comprise this town. And that rent control stabilizes that population. It allows people to live here, open businesses, work in local businesses, raise a family, shop in these communities, go to those local schools. And I think we can avoid the inevitable transients that can result from rental costs rising unexpectedly and people having to leave, move somewhere else because they're continually looking for a reasonable place to live. I really believe that rent control in that regard also assures a vibrancy in our community because you've got a stable community of families and people.
Thank you, Susan. You're out of time. Thank
you. That's it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tuna Fish Monkey Mind Salem. You are unmuted now.
Hi, guys. I was glad to hear Deborah talking about trees. Yesterday morning, I was walking up the hill about 7, maybe it was 8. Anyway, PG&E was cutting down what I would consider to be a heritage oak right there on Sir Francis Drake, just above the parking lot from the Good Earth. I think it was the corner of Graham's property. It's around there. Anyways, I consider it to be a heritage oak. It was probably at least 4 feet in diameter. They had a fairly large crane blocking off one lane of Sir Francis Drake and traffic controls there. It was a major tree, and this is PG&E, and I believe that they're just running ramshod over everything, kind of in the guise of safety and somehow trying to make up for fires and other stuff. But I'm like, PG&E. I don't know how to quite say this, but I don't consider them to be a very ethical organization between the PUC and PV and San Bruno and Hinckley and all kinds of other nonsense people can look up as they wish. But point being that we've got a wolf in the hen house, and I was told that by Graham that the tree committee had okayed taking down this tree on Sir Francis Drake, but the homeowner, Graham, had no notice of the tree being taken down besides just hearing from a neighbor that they were taking it down. Point being, PG&E is out of control, taking down trees. Yes, I believe in taking down trees if they're a safety hazard. I won't go into my experience with trees and stuff, but in terms of, there's a lot of weight in a tree and they can cause a lot of harm and a lot of havoc. But cutting down apparently healthy trees, the process is being sideswiped. And we've got a tree committee and we've got a tree ordinance. PG&E is running ramshod over it. I know of one property owner in the valley in a creek with salmon and everything else. PG&E wants to basically clear cut all the trees in the creek, which is going to totally change the environment of the creek. And yes, there are safety concerns of fire, but we don't have to clear cut everything. We don't have to cut down heritage trees. And I believe this tree on Sir Francis Drake above the Good Earth parking lot, probably about a block west of Willow, say, before you get the apartment buildings there. I don't think that needed to come down. I think it was a waste. I don't know, maybe there's something wrong with the tree that I don't know about. I haven't looked at the stump to see, but something needs to be done. That's it. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Megan Maddock, and you're unmuted now.
Hi, council members. My name is Megan Maddock, and I'm a DSA rent control campaign member. I'm also a resident of Fairfax and a renter. I'm also a renter who's paying just over 30% of her income in rent. I've spent time on the rent control campaign speaking to fellow Fairfax renters. And so often what I hear from my neighbors about rent control is, wow, that would be a miracle. I wish rent control could happen here. That would help me so much. And it's deeply moving to me that my neighbors have to consider basic tenant protections, housing affordability, and the opportunity to stay in their homes a miracle or a wish. I know that the town council has already taken leadership and engaged on rent control, and I thank you for that. And I urge you to continue the work to make rent control a reality and not a wish or a miracle in Fairfax. Thank you.
The next speaker is Josephine Buenagel. You're unmuted now.
Hi, good evening, Fairfax and council. This is Joseph Buenagel. I am a Fairfax resident and the representative for Fairfax on the Marin County Commission on Aging. I wanted to just let everyone know tomorrow's Commission on Aging meeting. It's a monthly meeting, and this month is tomorrow. It starts at 10 a.m. And as always, everyone is welcome. The public is welcome. And we have an hour presentation at the beginning of each monthly meeting that is informative, educational, and quite interesting. Tomorrow's topic is, there's a couple of topics being covered: Voters' Choice Act in Marin County, and housing element, housing programs and policies, and alternative housing options for older adults. So there will be several presenters. One is Linda Robert from the Marin County Registrar of Voters. Another is Jillian Zeiger, planner from the Marin Community Development Department, and John McCauley, Mayor, City of Mill Valley. So the program starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Information can be found on Nextdoor as well as other places. I believe the Age-Friendly Fairfax newsletter has it as well. So we'd love to see you there. That's my update. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Laura Gabri, and you are unmuted now.
Well, you got the first part of my story about raising my children here and now being a grandmother here and having, as she just said, more than a wish that you would consider rent control here so that my daughter, who's a single mother like I was, can live in this area without paying 40 to 50% of her income on rent as an essential worker. I think it's just a tremendous pressure on these families and on their children. And I think it really needs to happen. And anything that you could do to support rent control for people like me that raised her two children here on her own as a single mother, and I could afford it. And the only reason I'm still here as a caregiver for 35 years in this community caring for people's loved ones is because I'm in affordable housing. And so I really have a strong wish that you could consider this and make this happen for families and their children and grandmothers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mo McManus. You're unmuted now.
Good evening. Thank you, Town Council, for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I'm Maureen McManus, Mo. I'm speaking in support of rent control in Fairfax. I'm a retired senior who has rented in Fairfax for over 30 years. I'm also a UFCW Local 5 member who is presently working at Fairfax Market. I'm lucky to be able to live and work in the town of Fairfax. I have 5 adult children who are mostly raised here in town. 3 have left Marin County because they could no longer afford housing here. 2 still live at home for the same reason. My coworkers who are lucky enough to live in town either live with several roommates or live with family or have a second job. Out of 25 employees, 10 or less live here in town, where the remainder live outside of the county and must commute. Union wages are good, but are unable to meet the high cost of rents and or home ownership here in our community. Renters here in town are seeking protections and security. Rent control will enable our friends, family, neighbors to stay in our community. It would also allow workers to move back to the community, to the home where they once called home. It would be one less worry for myself and all Fairfax renters if stronger rent protections and caps were in place. I love living in Fairfax. As a longtime resident of Fairfax, I strongly urge the town council to pass a rent control ordinance that would stabilize rents and strengthen the just cause eviction protections in Fairfax. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Debbie Duinas, and you are unmuted now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Hi. Hi, I'm a renter, and I'm also speaking about urging the town council to pass a rent control ordinance. So I have lived in Fairfax for about 12 years. Of course, I love it. And I worked for the County of Marin in Health and Human Services for the past 20 years and retired about 3 years ago. So now I'm on a fixed income and I live on Maple Avenue. I absolutely love living here. Hope that I can continue to live here, but always live in with some anxiety now about whether, the landlord is going to raise my rent and I won't be able to sustain this. And honestly, it's pretty scary and I don't know where I would go. I have a friend who moved to Vacaville because of high rents in the Bay Area. And even there, things are going up. I have another friend who's a social worker at a nonprofit here in Marin and also lives in Fairfax. And when we get together, we talk about how she's planning on retiring in a year and she might have to move to Chico because rents are going up. And, if we want to maintain, the kind of atmosphere here of a diverse population and, the service providers, I worked for Health and Human Services for 20 years. I hope that I can stay in Marin. And I just urge the town council to pass an ordinance to have some kind of rent control so that we can feel stable and we can continue to live here and be part of this really wonderful community. So thank you.
The next speaker is Emily Conway, and you are unmuted now.
Hi there, my name is Emily Conway, and I'm speaking today to ask the council members to please agendize an ordinance that strengthens just cause eviction protections and institutes an annual rent cap. Fairfax is a beautiful town, but living in town is quickly becoming unattainable for the majority of young people and families. Those of us who have grown up, lived, or even just worked in Fairfax know how special it is to be a part of this community. But as it stands now, with home prices through the roof and few rental protections, those of us who wish to live or continue to live in Fairfax have few options. Many of Fairfax renters are rent burdened, spending a disproportionate amount of their income towards rent. When individuals and families are rent burdened, the line between housed and unhoused becomes razor thin. I know this from personal experience, having grown up renting in Fairfax in a single parent home. According to data from Pew in 2018, rent-burdened households have higher eviction rates, increased financial fragility, and a wider use of social safety net programs compared with other renters and homeowners. And as housing costs consume a growing share of household income, families must cut back in other areas. As I've experienced, being rent-burdened makes it incredibly difficult to accumulate savings. So when the unexpected happens, injury or illness, natural disaster, job loss, family emergency, etc., there's nothing to fall back on. By instituting rental protections in Fairfax, You would be alleviating so much of the stress and anxiety that comes with being a renter, especially being a rent-burdened individual. Not only this, but you would be helping provide Fairfax renters with stability, decreasing their risk of long-term financial hardship, and opening the door for them to create critical financial safety nets for themselves and their families. Thank you for your continued work on this issue, and please agendize a rent protection ordinance as soon as possible. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Jody Timms. Jody, you're unmuted now.
Okay, good evening, council members. Jody Timms, Cascade Drive, and now the chair of the Climate Action Committee. I wanted to reach out tonight to talk a little bit about how we in Fairfax can think globally but act locally, especially when it comes to moving away from fossil fuels and toward renewable energy. As you likely know, the IPCC released a third report yesterday, and we continue to make very little progress across the world. In fact, global emissions have increased 6%. So we need to do what we can locally as fast as we can, as we are not headed in the right direction, nor at the necessary speed required to stay at or below a 1.5 degree rise. In Fairfax, the two sectors, that have the highest greenhouse gas emissions are first transportation at 37% of our emissions, and that means pollution from our gasoline cars and buses. And then 34% comes from the burning of natural or methane gas, actually, via furnaces and gas water heaters in our apartments and homes and buildings. So it's going to be a heavy lift to electrify everything. But I wanted to mention a few important resources. If you don't have any idea kind of where to start, there's a public service called BayRen, and you can call and speak to a home energy advisor for free. That's 866-878-6008. You can also Google Electrify Marin and learn more about rebates that are available for upgrading electrical panels and for getting heat pump water and space heaters. And if your electricity provider isn't MCE Deep Green, and unfortunately less than 10% of us in Fairfax are in that bucket, please consider making that choice. In my opinion, there really are tons of solutions to address climate change. And frankly, I think there's plenty of money in this country to pay for that transition away from fossil fuels. We just need to get at least some of that money directed toward electrification. And I just want to really invite the community to engage with us in the Climate Action Committee. Come to our meetings, check out what we're doing, or go to climatefx.org, our website, so that we can all start to work together and move forward as quickly as possible. And also, as the chair of Age Friendly Fairfax, I just want to quickly mention that the forum this month, I'll be hosting it on April 27th at 10:30 a.m. That's an online educational event on driving, which is really an intergenerational dilemma. Given both climate change and certainly as some of us age, all of us are aging, but as we get older, driving really needs a lot more critical consideration. So come and talk with us about the choices and options around transportation. And Claudia Castro, who's the DMV Senior Driver Ombudsman, will also be a speaker and reminding us of the warning signs of unsafe driving and when it might be time to stop driving altogether. And I just want to mention again the Earth Day event that's coming up at the library on Saturday, April 23rd from 2 to 4. Both Age Friendly Fairfax and the Climate Action Committee will be tabling. Should be an afternoon of lots of fun activities. And then we have a new series starting at the library on May 21st, one Saturday a month, known as Climate Action for All. And I'll share more about that with you next month. Thanks so much.
I see no more speakers, Madam Mayor, if you want to close the public comment.
Right, I am closing the public expression time. And we're moving on to consent calendar. The council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action, or items on the consent calendar may be removed by any council or staff member for separate discussion and vote. The opportunity for public comment on consent calendar will occur prior to the council's vote on consent. Does anybody have any? Oh, I see hands. I see hands. I don't know who was first, but we haven't heard from Renee. So
That's all
Councilmember
right.
Roberts.
Barbara was frantic. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Question on item on consent. Sorry, I have the newly numbered agenda. The determinations under AB 361 for virtual meetings. Question is, I know later in the agenda, we are going to have a discussion about how we host our public meetings. But if we adopt the resolution now, does that mean it is amendable during the course of the month? Should we decide to come back in May in some other form? Or are we just doing this for the month of April? No.
Janet, do you want it for Heather? That's a great question, Renee.
Yes, no, it's fine. You need to do this now because it's not just council, it's also the commissions and committees and everybody. So we anticipate that you'll continue on through the month of April doing Zoom. And you know, you've got a planning commission meeting coming up and they're planning on doing Zoom. So we thought that you'd have your discussion at the end of the meeting and then you would decide what's going to happen for the month of May. Everybody's going to need some time to adjust here. So if you do this now, it's for the month of April, but it's not just for council, it's for everybody.
Okay.
All the commission committees, everybody.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything else, Councilmember Goddard? Are you on mute?
Yeah, I was shaking my head no.
Okay, sorry, I'm looking at the agenda. Councilmember Kohler?
Yeah, I have comments on 4 items. I don't wish to pull anything. I can wait till after you go out to the public if you prefer, whatever you prefer.
I have a couple comments too. Why don't we go out to the public if there's no other hands?
Okay, fine with me.
All right, we'll open public comment on consent now.
Okay, so if you have a comment on any of the items on the consent calendar, this is the time to make your comment. Mark Bell, you're unmuted now.
Thanks, Michelle. I hope your email's working again. I'd like to see, because I looked at the packet and I didn't see anything on number 10, receive report on the work completed to date on the diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives for Fairfax. I'd like to know what's going on with that, considering what a disaster the Racial Equity Social Justice Committee was, violating the Brown Act, not doing anything concrete to help anyone with the $65,000 that was allotted to it. People on the committee stating that to semi-quote, we're the only ones keeping the Fairfax police from killing people of color, and other odd comments. So I'd really like to see what that is. And it wasn't in the packet when I looked earlier today. So I think that should be pulled and spoken about. Because as we've seen on the issues with the land acknowledgement, it's basically telling people here that they stole the land, that they're living on stolen land. But the Miwoks aren't living on ceded land either. They took it from the Neanderthals, for lack of or a more familiar term. But they annihilated them, so there are none around. So I'd like to see what exactly is involved in number 10 on this report. Because considering the amount of council members who were on the Racial Equity Social Justice Committee with the incredibly bizarre racist comments that came out of that and actions, that it was illegal. And even to look at, who's the guy, Kindy, who wrote How to Be an Anti-Racist? You guys, that committee qualifies as a racist committee. And I think the public has a right to hear what exactly is in this report. So that's all I have to say.
I don't see any other hands. on consent comments?
Closing the public comment on consent. Thank you. Councilmember Kohler, what were the comments that you had, please?
Okay, well, my first is on item 10, which is the diversity, equity, inclusion update. And as far as I understand, it was in the packet, and it's a report by Lorena Barrera on the things that she suggested. And my comments are, I think we ought to wait for the third company to get back to Ms. Barrera. And I would also suggest that she check in with Lorenzo Jones, who is local, and he focuses on DEI work. He's worked with many large cities, Tiburon and San Rafael. He also previously owned a business in Fairfax and is a Black man. I think it'd be worthwhile, since he's more local, to check in with him to see if he could be doing the survey. And also, once we're ready to proceed on a survey, I think it'd be a good idea to see a detailed estimate of the cost. But I want to thank Lorena for her work. And then on number 16, which is the Ukraine flag, I want to thank staff. I had asked for us to fly the Ukraine flag, so I'm glad that got on there. Again, I asked for that a bit late, so that's good. And then on item 17, which is the yellow school bus, and I want to thank Councilmember Goddard for all her work on that project. One thing I would request of our new climate action coordinator is that he work with MSEP, Christina O'Rourke, to see if there's a way to calculate the greenhouse gas emissions saved by using the yellow school bus. And if there's a way to calculate that, that would be good to add to our emissions inventory and some of Sean's work. And then I've got so many notes here. On number 18, which is the much more agreement for HR work, I had talked to our attorney, but I haven't seen a supplement. So before we finalize this agreement, and I'm supportive of it, I have no problems with it, except for I think the town should be listed as additional insured on the general liability, and if there's any other insurance that we can be listed as additional insured. I am a consultant, and this is required of me. I think we should also request professional liability. This also, the agreement says if required by the town, and I think we should require it. And the last piece on the scope of work is during the labor negotiations. I'm certainly supportive of using an outside labor negotiator such as Ms. Muchmore, but I don't believe she has firsthand knowledge of our staff. So I would hope that our town manager, Heather Abrams, can not just be updated on the negotiations, but try to participate as a way of getting to know staff and gaining more trust. But I'm supportive of the rest of the items on consent, and I appreciate our work of our staff. And thank you very much for listening.
Madam Mayor, I have a comment, if I may.
Please.
So yes, Councilmember Kohler did request those two things, and they were provided. I have them today, so to let you know that those two things on the Deborah Muchmore agreement were provided.
Thanks, Janet.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cutrone.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just really quickly, I wanted to just commend Heather and Hamid and Sean and Lorena. We have this, new team that we've been assembling, and I was really impressed with all of the staff reports, and it's great to see all of the work that we're able to do when we're able to pull the team together and get more reports to match up there with all the work that Michelle's been doing and Michael's financial reports. So I just wanted to share some gratitude for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Chance. Appreciate that and agree. I just wanted to clarify for the public on number 15, the support of digital Marin strategic plan, that does not mean we are reversing or making any changes to our stance and all the work we've done related to 5G. And I'd like that to be on the record, please, for folks who aren't able to attend this evening. I'd like that to be in the minutes. Thank you. Do we have any other comments before we hear a motion to approve?
Yes, please, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yes, following along from Chance's expression of gratitude, I'd like to take a look at number 7 on consent calendar, which is the reappointment of Deborah Benson, John Romatis, and Jane Richardson-Mack to the Tree Committee. You have all been extremely diligent, and our community and our trees, thank you so much for your service. I know there's a lot of trees you've been running around looking at, and I feel as though we're in very good hands. So thank you for upping your service for another term, and with appreciation.
Councilmember Ackerman. You're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the packet item for item 10 was and still is on the website, just as all the other packet items are. So it's not missing. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion?
I'm happy to make that motion to approve the consent calendar.
Can I just make a friendly amendment, Vice Mayor, just on item 18, the much more agreement with the understanding that the insurance provisions were changed as discussed by our town attorney. And I would second that if you're willing to accept that friendly amendment.
Absolutely.
Motion Cutrano, second Kohler with the amendment related to number 18. Can I get a roll call, Michelle, please? Vote.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on, we have a continued item number 20, 80 Crest Road was a public hearing, will be continued to our next regular meeting. Moving on to the regular agenda, item number 21. A resolution extending the current terms for temporary use permits and temporary encroachment permits to January 1st, 2023. Indirect staff regarding next steps, framework for long-term outdoor dining structures. I believe our town manager, Heather Abrams, and building official Mark Lockerbie will be providing the staff report on this.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. If you don't mind, I'll share my screen. I cannot get it to move out of, oh, there we go. How's that look?
Great.
Okay. So tonight we're discussing outdoor dining. And as you recall, this started in Fairfax as a result of COVID. Now we are at the point where staff is recommending that the council extend the current allowed outdoor dining for a short period in order to allow us to change to a more long-term set of requirements. And so we also want your input tonight on what those requirements should be, and I'll have specifics in just a minute here. And so the next step after we get your input today is that we would bring back an ordinance that would be potentially read in May and then completed in June. And then we would recommend that you then give those businesses a chance to take down anything that does not comply with the new ordinance, and then erect a longer standing structure. And so you may recall that you have a deadline of May to either extend that, or they need to all be taken down and not replaced. So what we're talking about now is the potential for replacement in a manner that fits our ongoing needs. So we asked a number of questions in the staff report that we'd like council input on in drafting a new ordinance. One is, do you want to allow roofs or sunshades? Should there be a height limit? And would movable umbrellas be acceptable? So I know there's been some of the construction right now is pretty tall and has, sort of a, some people have said that they feel like it's blocking other businesses. So one way to deal with that is to make it, either make it lower or decide, whether or not you want to allow roofs, which obviously, they have their advantages with either rain or sun, but also disadvantages in terms of visibility through the neighborhood and with other businesses. We would like to know if you are interested in continuing to allow outdoor gas heaters and the propane that they use. And if not, would you like to allow electric heaters, which is a possibility, but would take a different type of construction from what's there now. We would like to recommend, but want to find out from you whether you would like to require electric lighting and reflective tape on the outside of the construction, so that would provide extra visibility for cars, so that they know that they're there and don't run into them. Would you like to allow signage on the outside of the outdoor dining structures? For some businesses, they feel like this is good for business to direct, customers into them, and others, may feel that it's kind of visual clutter. We, again, would suggest that there be permit fees and then also rental fees for use of the public space on an ongoing basis. But in the COVID version, in the first version, there were no fees required. So that's something to think about. And then there's been discussion about what about those spaces that might be left open for the public, especially if the business is not operating, or if the business does not provide food service on those outdoor dining structures. And so you could decide that you want to either require that they be open to the public and or reduce fees for those that are more open to the public, and not just for serving those restaurant customers. And there's a couple of different ways that cities have done this kind of outdoor dining. Some are establishing a fixed time at which a license needs to be renewed, say 2 years from when it was first given, while others are not putting an end date on that. So we'd like to find out from you whether you want to make this more of an ongoing, or whether you want to put a certain renewal time on it. Keep in mind that these are structures that are within the public right of way. And so they continue, whether they're extended indefinitely or whether there's a specific license renewal framework, they are considered temporary, and they could be moved, especially if there was an emergency. And then would you like to have other restrictions, such as restricting the number of these structures that would be in one block, or the total number in town? Those are going to be important issues for us to kind of walk through. And I'll, once I conclude, which is going to be very quickly now, I'll bring these back up as you start your discussion so that you can rely on these numbers if you'd like to answer those questions. So here's specific recommendations from the staff. We would recommend that outdoor dining be allowed only on the length or width of the business who's taking that permit, and not in front of other businesses, with the possible exception of where two businesses that are side by side agree to share one of these structures. So that would be one thing. And then those structures would be a maximum of, they would make sure that there's at least a minimum of 4 feet of sidewalk adjacent to those structures so that you can easily walk by or roll by. And we would restrict those to a maximum of 2 parallel parking spaces so that you don't have a, say a block long outdoor dining structure, that kind of thing. And we would make sure that we need to update the zoning regulations, because currently Fairfax, before the pandemic, did not allow any type of outdoor dining or business activity. We would make sure that the businesses indemnify the town. So, we're not liable if some issue comes up with the outdoor dining. And then we would want to make sure that the structures comply with the new regulations on or before next year. So you have choices here, but we wanted to really let you know what your options are, and make sure that if you choose to continue outdoor dining, that it is comfortable and makes sense for the entire community. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Heather. Councilmember Goddard, you have a question?
I do. Could I ask for clarification on the part where we say allow the updated TEPs and TUPs? Are we planning to keep those encroachment permits or use permits with a T, meaning temporary, regardless of what kind of a decision we make short of not renewing these? Will they remain temporary?
They have to be labeled temporary, because we want to make sure that people know that, if there was let's say a major sewer spill and there was an outdoor dining set up over that, we would need to remove it. It could get damaged and we would not be liable for that. That's just part of the deal of being in the public space.
Mm-hmm. And is that consistent with what other cities and towns have done, maintaining that temporary so that they can deal with those kinds of emergencies?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I wondered, just one other question. When we talk about updating the zoning, what does a zoning update look like? I think when we talk about zoning, it tends to frighten people. Zoning changes. So what does that mean? Given obviously it's a land use change, but maybe Janet, what does that look like in terms of a zoning update?
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi, Mark.
So the item with the zoning is that businesses are prohibited from operating outside of the building. And so it just would be a matter of changing that zoning so that the businesses can operate outside of the building. One thing to consider with that, though, is that if you allow restaurants to operate outside of the building by changing the zoning, you want to be fair with all the other businesses. So you would probably want to change it and allow businesses to conduct business outside of the building for all of them, or at least consider that.
Okay, thank you, Mark, but that would be the same kind of a zoning change to allow use of that outdoor space in front of a retail or restaurant establishment?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilmember Goddard? Okay, Vice Mayor Cutrano?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just had one question. I had requested that our town attorney look into a question about fixed overhead coverings. As I looked across the state at some of these items, or the different approaches, there were some arguments I had seen in some communities that there were some legal questions about whether or not fixed overhead coverings were even allowable under state building and fire code. And I was just wondering if our town attorney had any updates on that inquiry.
I had a conversation with Mark, with the chief building official, and I think he's ready to address that.
Yeah, I don't know of any. Well, first of all, the parklets really don't fall into the building code and fire code. They're kind of their own thing that's just kind of popped up. And so the main thing is whether they're safe or not. And when the roofs first started appearing on the parklets, I had pretty good concern about that because I was worried that they could, fly off in the wind and hit somebody or damage a vehicle. And so I had one of our local engineers was kind enough pro bono to draw up some plans for the parklets, and we distributed them to the various owners, and they did make those changes to them by adding some components to make them structurally sound. And Heather had asked me to go around and look at the different roofs a few weeks ago to see if they all looked like they were safe. And it's my opinion that all of them are structurally sound except for one. There's one that the framing on it is just not conventional framing. So they would, that one, if they wanted to keep their roof any longer, they need to have an engineer and architect certify and stamp a set of plans that it's safe. So there was just one that I was concerned about. The other concern is with the roofs is that several of the parklet operators have heaters, and the heaters say right on them that they have to have overhead clearance of at least 40 inches. And most of them, they're only like 6 to 12 inches. So that's a violation.
Great, thank you for that.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yeah, first, could I ask Heather while we're doing comments and public comment just to take the presentation down, just because it'd be easier to see when people ask questions or make comments. But I do have the staff report actually had more decision points on it, and I noticed they weren't on your slides. And so I'm wondering if we're going to get into those additional decision points. There was things like set back 1 foot from lane of travel, and there was other things like that. So I'm hoping we'll cover those because I have comments on those. And the other thing, just a quick question. I mean, I have a lot of comments that I'll give later, but you mentioned indemnification. Why aren't we requiring insurance as well? Indemnification only goes so far. Insurance takes you further. And so, I think all these businesses are required to have insurance, and I believe that they should have insurance that not only protects them, but protects us. So I was just wondering why you just had indemnification there.
That's a good suggestion to add insurance. And as far as the safety measures, those are our recommendations, you can definitely discuss them, but in my mind, having those setbacks, complying with ADA, making sure that there's daylighting at corners, those are safety measures that we would include in a proposed ordinance in the future.
Okay, and just one quick question. I mean, I had provided a lot of comments on the previous version, and I'm not going to go through all those here, but I have provided those to you. At one point, there was some discussion in the previous version about lights, and I think we want to be careful about lighting for safety or fire reasons, probably the twinkle lights, but then we get into the cords. So I think there's going to have to be a little more details into some of this that I won't cover tonight, but I'll cover the questions that you asked us. But thank you.
I don't have any questions. I just have some comments for later. So if we don't have any more questions, rather, we'll open it up to public comment.
Okay, anyone wishing to comment on this item, now is your chance to raise your hand. And I see 2 speakers so far. I'm just waiting for the timer to be ready. It looks ready. All right, Tuna Fish Monkey Mind, you are unmuted.
Hi guys. There are issues, and I do like the parklets. They're nice, and Fairfax is not other towns. We don't have, 50 square miles, 200 square miles. We don't have a bunch of level land like San Rafael or Mill Valley with wider streets. There are lots of issues with the parklets. I ride a bicycle a fair bit, and Duinas Road, for example, in front of the coffee roasters, making that turn onto Duinas Road, there's just not a lot of room there. Or if I'm coming down Duinas Road from Deer Park towards Broadway, there are lots of times, especially weekends, when traffic's all backed up. It's near impossible for me to get through there on my bike between people's mirrors and the parklets. What about a fire? What's going to happen when we need more room for large vehicles, lots of cars going in and out, and the parklets are there? They don't move very well. I noticed that the timeline for renewal or whatever is January. I've been here in early January, and generally when the big floods have happened, like in 82 and the last one, it's been early January, like the first week, when there's water running down Duinas Road, literally a foot deep. What happens when there's water running down Duinas Road and down Broadway, and it's trying to pick up the parklets and move them around? What happens when those things get picked up and get carried downstream and block the creeks? I mean, granted, I've seen cars piled up at the end of San Anselmo Avenue at Duinas Road in San Anselmo after 82. Water's pretty strong stuff. I've got concerns about it. It's private use of public space. Parking's already a disaster in town. It's like, much as we don't like cars, people do use them, and people do need a place to leave them and park the damn things, even if they're, driving their bicycles here from God knows where so that they can get on their bicycles. I don't know why they don't ride their bikes here. Anyway, I think I've covered the bases. You know where I'm at with it. I like them, but they're problems. And as for January, what are we going to do when it floods? And it does flood. We don't have the acreage. We don't have the wide streets. They're just not a great fit. At least not on Duinas Road, maybe on Broadway a little bit, but and may your evenings be filled with rainbows and unicorns, folks. See you around the block.
The next speaker is Brenna, and you are unmuted now. You might have to unmute yourself, Brenna.
There you go.
Is that Do you
Yeah.
guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. My name is Brenda Gubbins. I am a 49-year resident of Fairfax, and I absolutely love my town, and I love and support all of our local businesses. I just wanted to bring to light something that not everyone has, that everything that Sierra said was totally on point, but one more thing that hasn't been talked about, or actually you did mention it in your staff report, is the visibility of neighboring businesses. And the neighboring businesses are losing up to 50% visibility, which is pretty detrimental to their existence. People may be overlooking the fact that the dining structures may have a negative impact on the neighbors. And the 29 surrounding businesses have asked for more oversight and some restrictions before you extend the permits. Most businesses rely on visibility, and we need to make this a fair process so that all neighboring businesses do not lose their visibility. Also, it seems only right, if you're going to allow one business to have it, to allow them all to have it, which brings a major problem, obviously. So I'm not sure if you have been thinking about that. It doesn't seem fair to only allow a certain amount of TEPs or TUPs, and or to restrict that, and then to have a business who's been an established business for maybe 11 plus years to all of a sudden just fail because they've lost their visibility. So anyhow, I strongly urge you to think about all existing businesses and their viability. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Caroline, followed by Deborah Benson. Caroline, you're unmuted now.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. So I actually wasn't expecting Sierra to bring this up already, but when I was listening to the meeting earlier, there was a point brought up that kind of struck a chord that I hadn't thought about, and it was the fire access. So I live in Deer Park, and I'm sitting here thinking about it on a whole different perspective. Embarrassingly, it's just, how is our entire neighborhood, the Cascades and everybody going to exit out? And, now we're down to just those two little lanes, and they feel smaller because of Village Sake and the coffee roasters. And then, so I thought that maybe that was a really interesting topic to bring up. And I know this isn't a great time, but I do think that we should do, one of those fire, where we do the whole path out. So anyway, so that would be a good time to study it if you wanted to keep these. I think that would be really important. The fact that you guys are talking about January, and I know Sierra was bringing up the floods, but I mean, we're going to be going all the way through fire season, and they're going to be up. And so I really think that is something that should be taken into consideration. And I strongly agree. I strongly agree with the fact that, Urban Garden and Live Water and some of these businesses, you literally can't see them anymore. And it's just such a shame. I don't understand how the shades are still up. That is shocking to me. So those are things that I think that are really important to be taken into consideration during this process, as somebody who has lived here for over 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by PJ. Deborah, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive, Fairfax. There's so much here. One of the last things that the new town manager said was, if it's comfortable and makes sense for the entire community, let's do this, right? let's do this, I added on, but the entire community has really not been consulted. San Anselmo's talking about the design of a park, and they've had numerous public meetings, in-person meetings in the park. There has been no meeting, and you guys are talking about changing our entire downtown. I have a memorandum from Janice Benton, Chief Division of Design from State of California Department of Transportation, Evacuation Route Design Guidance, Design Information Bulletin 93. And some of the things that she says in regards to your packet, she says, if a project is on an evacuation route, an assessment should be made on the project's potential to impact the route and what may be done to enhance the route's efficiency and effectiveness at moving significant numbers of people and vehicles. Such discussion may need to occur outside the project development process. Depending on the needs of the community and the route, the needs of the community and route will vary, but the information needed for assessment includes, but is not limited to, the population of the community, percentage of that population expected to use that route during an evacuation. And I believe our numbers are 3,500 who use Duinas Road as their primary evacuation route. Times and numbers of vehicles expected to use the route during an evacuation, the need for emergency services to use the route to access the community while the route is also being used for evacuations. Note that the emergency services can include large pieces of equipment transported on large trucks. And you guys are talking about doing bulb outs instead of abiding by the traffic standards of keeping 20 feet from an intersection free. They talk about that. They say the percentage of raised medians and wide unpaved medians may impede contraflow opportunities that can be addressed through painted medians and median openings. They talk about raised or pork chop islands at intersections create potential traffic handling issues. Raised islands should be removed where possible and replaced with painted islands to improve roadway usage. There's a whole lot more that I don't have time for, but I think if you're going to go ahead with this project, you're putting our lives in danger. And please slow it down. Do some research. Thank you.
The next speaker is PJ, followed by Frank Egger. PJ, you're unmuted now.
Hey, thank you. I personally love the outdoor dining options. My comment isn't because I don't use them, and it's my understanding that these came up during the COVID-19 pandemic because businesses weren't able to seat diners indoors, and so this was a way to help them stay afloat. And I agree with the previous callers that if it's going to become a permanent solution as people are dining indoors, there should be a lot more consideration into all of the different elements, especially considering that, like the first commenter on this topic said, we're essentially giving public space to these businesses, and it seems like this is going to benefit just whoever happens right now to have the business in front of the parking space or the building owner. I don't know exactly who's going to get the fees, but I would suggest consideration on how the fees are used specifically for the town and the amount of the fees, considering this is public space that they're getting. It also seems like this would be relevant for the caller who mentioned the impact on other businesses, in that this would make downtown Fairfax much more profitable, specifically for restaurants or businesses who can use the outdoor space to the detriment of other businesses if they don't have the option of using their space and selling or leasing their right to have outdoor dining space in front of their business to their neighboring restaurants. And if you go down that path, you would end up with tables in front of every business lining every block. But I just don't see how it's fair to benefit right now with giving away the public street space just to the restaurants existing there. I agree with all the concerns about fire safety, and just want to echo something Barbara brought up earlier with respect to requiring insurance and not indemnification. Because, for example, if there's fire danger, indemnification is a payment made after the fact by the indemnifying business. And if they've gone out of business because of a fire, they may not have the money to pay back the town or the neighboring businesses, which is why having the insurance policy up front is of extreme importance. Thanks.
The next speaker is Frank Egger, and you are unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Good evening, council members. Frank Egger, Meadowway in the Cascades, representing Save Fairfax. An issue that impacts our town council decisions is the lack of institutional knowledge of town officials, from Fairfax's previous town manager to the past two planning directors to your town attorney. Fires and flooding are part of our past and will be in our future. The Fairfax Duinas Road is the only north-south roadway between Drake Boulevard, also known as Route 17, and Highway 1 in Duinas. And it is listed as being in the federal secondary roadway system in Marin County. Former Fairfax Fire Chief Charlie Thornton always warned us that because our historical downtown buildings do not have firewalls between buildings, we could lose the whole downtown. Fortunately, Ross Valley Fire was able to bring in engines from 5 different fire agencies to fight the Fairfax French Laundry and Cleaners fire this past October. Ross Valley Fire needs direct access to all our downtown buildings. The Fairfax Duinas Road is, I repeat, is the evacuation route for 3,000 plus Fairfax residents during a wildland fire emergency, including Monte Cristo Tract, the Cascades, Deer Park, and South Manor Hill. It may be almost impossible to get CAL FIRE lowboys with earth-moving equipment up Duinas Road as it's presently configured with the 2 parklets. Downtown Fairfax flooded in 1955, in 1982, and in 2005. 18 inches of water flowed through downtown shops. Fairfax diverted Fairfax Creek in 1931 by building a concrete box culvert bypass under Duinas Road, creating a new confluence with San Anselmo Creek. So we had 18 inches of water flowing through the shops. The Ross Valley Flood Zone number 9 is constructing a detention basin at the former Sunnyside Nursery growing grounds. This detention basin will reduce downtown Fairfax flooding by 4 inches. That means only 14 inches of floodwater will flow through downtown shops fronting on the southeast side of the Fairfax Duinas Road. Making the first 2 blocks of the Fairfax Duinas Road either one-way or closing it through traffic and diverting inbound traffic to Elsie or Pacheco Domingo will create hazards to emergency fire evacuations and may well block evacuations from the Cascades, Deer Park, Monte Cristo, and South Manor Hill. The state guidelines for evacuations is not included in your packets. I think it's important that the town council read the state guidelines for evacuations. You need to see that before you make your final decision. I don't understand why the town council has not been given traffic counts on the Fairfax-Bolinas Road. You know, you're making important decisions about downtown Fairfax, and we don't even see traffic counts. There is no public parking in downtown Fairfax between 2 and 6 a.m. Only the 2 parklets sit on Bolinas Road. Fire evacuations happen in the middle of the night. During the Tubbs fire, Renita and I spent 2 hours between 2 and 4 a.m. alerting our family and friends in Santa Rosa that a wildland fire was heading towards them. They were sleeping. We had to text them. We had to try to wake them up to let them know to get out because the fire was coming. Please don't place our lives in danger here in Fairfax by modifying the Fairfax-Bolinas Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Bell. You're unmuted now.
Thanks, Michelle. I don't understand when I was looking at the packet on this, you know, there seems to be a lot of things that should have been addressed initially as far as ADA compliance, sight lines, et cetera. But I guess that's why Sonoma, the town of Sonoma, knows more than the town of Fairfax. You can't cross, as is right now, from Village Saki, if you're going from Mono over to Gestalt House. Incredibly dangerous. Why they have blocking shades up when no one is in there is beyond me. There are instances of trucks double parking on Bolinas because there are no longer any loading zones. There's no visual to the right. You have no idea what you're stepping into, even just to look to see what traffic is doing. And I don't understand why this oversight wasn't dealt with initially. You've got, what is it? Is it the roastery one that goes beyond what was allowed? And yet you want to give them until January of 2023 to fix this through an entire fire season? Why? They built them fast enough. They can fix them fast enough. There's no reason for changes that would never should have been built in the first place to come in and coincide with what the permits were supposed to have been. There is no visibility, as I said, at Village Saki. Some of the other ones make sense that do exist, like the one in front of what was Iron Springs, so that people can now don't have to breathe when they do reopen, don't have to breathe exhaust fumes from people parking. But you know, why you have these sitting on Bolinas Road, which is the main escape route, I don't understand. And as far as fees, are you planning to extend this even more? I don't understand why that would be. You're giving square footage, in some places double and triple what places had or have inside for free. But for some reason, you can't come up with $4,000 to fund the activities for the children at the ball field during the Fairfax Festival. But you don't seem to be interested in collecting money when town space is used by a commercial business. This makes sense to you? Doesn't make any sense to me, as most of the things you do don't.
Yeah, if I'm going to speak now.
Okay, Michelle Lingshin wants to say something. So do you want me to lower and then re-raise?
No, why don't we restart the timer and then Ling Shen can start.
Okay.
Thanks, Ling Shen. So it seems that those parklets are more appropriate on Broadway than on Bolinas. On Broadway, there's more room, but on Bolinas, it seems like there's not enough room to accommodate for them. And I agree that especially the one at the Village Saki, it really should not be opaque like that. We really should be able to see through. look through the parklets, and the fact that it's opaque makes it really unfriendly for when you're walking on the sidewalk or anywhere. It should not be opaque like that. You should be able to see through. So those are the 2 points that I wanted to make. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Madam Mayor, I don't see any more public speakers.
Nor do I.
Yeah, close.
I'm going to close the public comment. Thank you. So with that, I guess what I would like to first address is the extension before we get into discussion of the longer term specifications. I don't think it's a matter of extending them now or having them torn down. I think there's some pretty egregious issues with neighbors and visibility. And I personally think that needs to be addressed with some of them in order to get an extension. So I'd like to have some discussion with the council on that. If we could just focus on the extension and what, go ahead, Barbara.
Well, I'll make my comment just on that. First, I would just say in general, I'm more supportive of a 6-month versus a 9-month extension. But I think for those that have what I would term critical flaws, I think we need to work with them now on rectifying those. I think and I know that there were limited rules. And so it's not that people are necessarily in violation, but we're finding that there may be an ADA issue on one or more. There's some blocking of visibility, blocking traffic, potentially in the way of another business. And I think on these ones that I'm just calling critical flaws rather than.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Is that I think we need to work with them now. Most of them have been there quite a long time. And so.
Well, and some of them have been iterated 2, 3, 4 times
Right.
during this period. Sorry
So, no, that's what I would suggest, is that we kind of have an interim approach for the ones that have some critical flaws. And I know Mark mentioned one of them has a roof that potentially could fly off or something of that nature. So if there are, real safety issues or real visibility issues, let's fix those. Let's work with them on an individual basis. And let's not give them the 6 months or 9 months, whatever we come up with, to do those. So that's my 2 cents on that piece.
Thank you. We'll get back to the other pieces, and I know you have a lot of contribution on the other pieces. Thank you. Councilmember Ackerman?
Yeah, I appreciate, Madam Mayor, that you brought that up as the first question, because I think it is an important one. I would tend also I basically agree with what Barbara says pretty much all the way through. I would go with I would prefer to see a shorter extension, but in any case, and one reason that occurs to me is that the summertime is usually the construction season, and so November and December aren't, depending on the weather, not always the best times to be doing construction. So it would be good for merchants to, if they're going to be making changes, that they would be doing that in the time of the year when they can do that. But what I see as kind of the impasse that we've been in, and I think it would be good if we can sort of find our way out of that impasse by having this discussion tonight. I'm glad that we've got these questions before us, and I look forward to a good discussion about it this evening. Is that we've created these with not really any guidelines, thinking at first that the pandemic would only last 3 months or something. And it's interesting what Mark Lockaby said, that there have been actually on the staff level some interaction with individual merchants about changing some of their construction, and that's been done. So that's interesting to hear. But council, on our side, we've I think kind of without really thinking about it, adopted kind of an all or nothing strategy, that we need to think this completely through and come up with a complete set of guidelines, as some of the other towns have. Some of them are in our staff report. And until we do that, we won't really make any changes. So maybe as we have this discussion tonight, maybe we can at least focus on a few things that we are agreed enough on, and then we can be working, staff can be working to try to get some of those things implemented while we're finalizing our guidelines. They'll probably change over time anyway, so I would support moving forward with something fairly soon. And I agree with some of the things Barbara said about some of the specific instances, like the coffee roasters is large and it's right near the corner. I would think that would be part of our design guidelines, but it might also be part of something that we'd want to do something about sooner, because that makes that turn hazardous. And obviously any ones that are structurally not sound, but I think that's being looked at already. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. I too would like to see a quicker timeline to address some of the flaws I think Councilmember Kohler had used, specifically, the setback related to lane of travel or corners, and obstruction of visibility. I think the concern is that some of those issues, unlike maybe making sure there's a ramp or something that's provided for ADA accessibility to structures that aren't flush, which I think was the solution that one of the folks are using in the interim. I think some of those other options or corrections that are needed are really like structural issues, like full-on changes that need to be made to the overarching structure. And if that is the case, I think it makes sense to business partners and to make sure like we measure twice and cut once, and we're not making them do some structural changes and new engineering and new architecture to readjust, and then coming out with design standards a couple months later and saying, now you have to jump through this hoop again and redesign it one more time. So I just want to make sure that however the process proceeds, that we're not making it twice as much work for everybody involved, including staff. If that means that it comes back in May and we approve it and there's a second reading and then they have a couple months, I mean, I don't know if I agree about the weather. It doesn't make sense to have it in the middle of winter, that everything has to be, ship shape, but maybe it means that, we move it up a couple months or something in order to accommodate that urgency, but also to mitigate the concerns about doing twice as much work. So I think I'm in agreement about the need for urgency. I just want to make sure we're working smarter too. Thanks.
Thank you, Chance. Councilmember Goddard?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to actually second what Chance said, only in that it's been a long time coming to try and get these design guidelines and in place, or even to get to a deeper discussion about them. So, I think we're going to have to really make quick work of it in terms of how we direct staff, so that exactly that concern that Chance raised doesn't happen. These businesses should be able to do what if we choose to extend, they should be able to do whatever it is we're requiring them to do with clarity and just do it once. So I would encourage us to be as specific as possible. And it would be great not to have to extend it that long, because I'd like for there to be a little more proactivity in how it is that we move forward. It's been really challenging with interim people in place, and staff is working as hard as they can, but we can't keep waiting until 3 weeks before something's going to expire in order to try and figure out the best way to do things. So I am very much in favor of quick action on this, so that we can get some of the critical flaws, I think that was the word, sorted out. I think they're very clear to most of us what those flaws are.
Well, Barbara, thank you. Are you done? Barbara, do you want to identify what these are just categorically so we can go through them and just be as directive as possible? I'm aware that there are 5 outdoor dining parklets structures that extend beyond the footprint of their own commercial building.
And I will say this, Mayor, all I know, I do not have that level of detail. And I would say that the more things that I'm aware of that may not be problems now is, for example, one had an ADA issue that there may be a fix that's part way, but the visibility issue of opaque shades, some of them are longer. There are things that, for example, in Heather's presentation, talking about a minimum of 4 feet on the sidewalk, there are folks that put more tables next to their, whatever we're calling these things, parklets. Can we just remove those tables because now there's 2 feet of sidewalk? I do not have the level of detail you do, but I would say one thing is, while I agree that there are some that are longer that I'm aware of, and I'm only probably aware of about 3 of them, I do have some concerns, as Vice Mayor Catrano talked about, that can we just cut those, and shorten them so they're not in the way? Or is it going to be something that we're going to have them repeat later? So that is my only concern. And the one piece I would add to that would be, that might be judgment of our staff on those. But Mayor Hellman, since you have some specifics, would you mind going through those?
Sure. So Amelie extends in front of Live Water. Hummingbird extends in front of the jewelry store. Village Sake extends in front of, I believe it's Urban Garden. And Coffee Roastery extends into the clothing store next door. Those are the 5. And, so it could be a model where if you have consent or support from your neighbor, we could look at a solution like that. But if you don't, I can't get behind giving another 6-9 months when we are hearing from the business community 29 signatures supporting a letter saying visibility is a problem. A business that's saying they're experiencing hardship, I think we need to listen to that. We're going into year 3, right? So I'd like that to be addressed.
I just one more thing to add to that. I think there are a couple that were mentioned that are on, Coffee Roastery is on that corner, which is creating a hazard because it's too long. And I'm not sure about the ones that aren't actually constructed, the ones on the other side, Fratellizio's. Is that too close to the corner? That might be an easy fix for them because I think they're really just using planters.
Right.
But I think we ought to be thinking about safety, and, safety might take precedence over the possibility of someone having to do something potentially twice. And Mark mentioned the one that doesn't have either they could just remove the overhead covering, the one that's really a problem. We don't need that flying off in the wind. So I think safety should be our primary and ADA issues should be our primary. And I think your suggestion, if there is agreement with the adjacent business that is being blocked, perhaps they have a little more time. But, this is going to be difficult, and it is going to require some judgment on staff to really see what makes sense to do in the next month or two. And I think most of these did not use outside contractors. They built them themselves, or they used some of their existing builders to do things. So I don't think these are major changes if we're asking for making something a little shorter. That's my 2 cents. Thank you. That went too long.
Noted. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Goddard.
That's okay. I think Chance had his hand up quite before I did.
I didn't.
Just somebody speak.
I'm happy to go.
So
Yeah.
I was thinking that perhaps we might want to go down that list that Heather showed us, because I think there are many pieces on there that might be able to address some of these immediate concerns.
Okay.
And then what we don't cover by going through that, we should take separately.
Good suggestion. Thank you. So
how would you like to run this, Mayor?
So on the overhead coverings, we can discuss later in the meeting the long term, but on the short term, are we agreed that that one needs to be addressed? That in Mark's.
Well, I think actually, sorry to interrupt, I think we might be better to take this one comprehensively so that we create a consistent policy around overhead coverings, and it might just take care of that one that is sort of the elephant in the middle.
Okay, but I don't want to get into the long-term discussion. So if that's what you want to do just on the overhead, that's fine, but it could really bleed into.
No, I'm just gonna put it out there. I think that it would be really important at this point for many, many different reasons, especially because of the streetscape and what it is that I think we were trying to accomplish besides a rescue plan during COVID, is that we do prohibit the fixed overhead coverings. There are many other ways to do it. Nevada completely prohibits it. San Francisco really discourages it. All of them allow umbrellas. And I think that that would create it would make a big difference in terms of visibility, both for pedestrians and also in terms of blockage of adjacent businesses.
Mayor, may I make a suggestion, the way to go through this, which I think is kind of following on what Renee's saying? Why don't we go through each one? And so Renee just said her piece. And then if we have a short term added on that, we can go through these with, if we have a short term, add that, but if we have a longer term, have that on there. And I think we could each do item 1, then we could each do item 2, and try to keep it relatively short, not a long discussion.
Okay, so for example, you're saying if we're all going to have to take like a show of hands as we move forward, but let's say we're all in favor of no roofs, hypothetically, but we're saying in the short term, in order for this one outdoor dining structure, I don't even know which one it is, that has the unstable roof, in order to qualify for an extension, they have to remove it or they have to stabilize it?
Well, here would be my suggestion. If I was doing it, I would say I would prohibit overhead covering. I would allow movable umbrellas. In the short term, if there's any that pose safety issues, I would ask that to be removed.
Yeah.
That would be a short and sweet, what I would say. And that's my answer.
Okay. I'm seeing 4 hands. So we want to get through this as swiftly as possible. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, I think in terms of process that what I would see us going through is to try to have the discussion that we were agendized to have, which is the long term, looking at these questions and whatever other questions we need to discuss. And if we have clear agreement, and as far as the fixed overhead coverings, I would say I would support not having fixed overhead coverings, but allowing umbrellas. So if we have agreement, and it's pretty clear at this point, even though the ordinance isn't written yet, we haven't actually done the zoning changes, but we've got pretty clear agreement tonight that that's what we want, then that can be, as was just said, that can inform how we interact with the businesses that already have them. So one that has a fixed overhead covering that isn't safe should remove it rather than repair it, make it safe. And one that has one, even though it is safe, maybe we don't need a 9-month extension for it to be removed. So that, in terms of process, I think we should go through the list, thinking about the long term, thinking about what we actually want as our guidelines, and then come back and let that inform this list that I think we just came up with a pretty good list of what the critical items are, and address which of them might need to be addressed sooner.
Thank you,
But
Bruce.
right now, I think we're going around fixed overhead coverings, and I think they should not be permitted in the long term.
And why don't you just answer, do you want movable umbrellas?
Yes, I think that would be good. That connects with the heater question, but that's probably our next question. So we'll
Okay.
go back to that.
Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I think everybody's tracking, and I think this is the appropriate way to give direction to staff to come back with something that addresses the short-term implications while planning for the long-term, to give everybody certainty. So totally for it. Against fixed overhead coverings, in support of movable umbrellas. And also I've seen other communities that have tackled this issue when prohibiting fixed overhead coverings, to consider things like awnings or like removable types of things if there's like a rain event, but it can't be a fixed thing. So just interested in seeing what staff would come back with if they looked into that as a solution. But yeah, I'm totally for prohibiting fixed overhead coverings.
And I agree about other options besides umbrellas, some kind of an awning or something that would be removable, however that might
That
work.
would be retractable or removable?
Yeah, I've seen language for both in San Diego and West Hollywood in their ordinances.
But just to be clear, the reason that, for myself anyway, that I would prefer not to see the fixed overhead coverings is mostly visibility.
Right.
Secondarily, it's aesthetics. The citizens have complained about the aesthetics of having it something that looks almost like a building in front of a building.
Right.
So
Which is
primarily
why,
the
yeah.
visibility.
Can I just
why I
suggest
asked.
Can we try to do this more quickly and not give a whole bunch of extra? We can add extra later.
Is it critical, Renee?
It's a comment about the awnings. I think the more things we have staff explore and then come back, the more difficult this is. I think the awnings are going to create something, with people saying your awning shouldn't be open. Well, it's too sunny, all that kind of stuff. All due respect, I love the idea, but I think we need to keep it consistent and simple.
Maybe it's like a something downstream we can explore. Okay, thank you. Number 2, prohibit gas outdoor heaters, allow electric heaters.
Did you weigh in on overhead coverings and umbrellas?
Did I?
No, I didn't hear you.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. Thank you for asking. Number 2, I'm just going to go down the list. Go ahead, Bruce.
So as far as the heaters, I would really like to see us allow electric heaters. I hadn't heard the question until now of prohibiting the gas outdoor heaters, but that would be okay with me. They are expensive for one thing. Merchants have told me that they change the propane canister every night on some of those heaters. That's a lot of propane, and they're dangerous.
Okay.
And sometimes they don't really heat it that much. But as far as electric heaters, I do want to make a comment on this because I think it's important that in order to have electric heaters, you need to have good power out there. You can't just run an extension cord across the sidewalk. And we don't want to run an extension cord across the sidewalk because of a tripping danger anyway. But we do not want to see several electric heaters in a parklet that are running on an extension cord. So
Yep.
I would envision, and I would ask staff to look into some system, and staff may be more creative than this, but what I would envision is that possibly the town could, charging a fee for this, could actually make a cut in the sidewalk and install a conduit across the sidewalk, and then that way be able to have good power that comes out, safe power that comes out to them. I'm not sure what else there is to do with that, but in order to run a number of electric heaters, which I think would be preferable, I think we need to address the question of how we're going to get safe power of that kind of wattage out to them.
Thank you, Bruce. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yes, totally for prohibition on gas outdoor heaters, for allowing electric heaters.
Thank you. Go ahead, Barbara.
You can just call me Kohler. I would prohibit gas heaters, also GHG emissions, but I would prohibit electric heaters as well. Let's keep this simple, as Renee was telling us. They're a fire hazard that's more, and we know it'll happen. There'll be cords, people will be tripping over them. Just prohibit both. Wear a sweater. We're not in Wisconsin.
Go ahead, Renee.
Yeah, not into prohibiting all heat. I would support prohibiting the gas heat. I think we need to ask staff to explore other ways to create a power source. I think taking heat and shelter away is not the best way to go. I have a question. So we're talking about temporary encroachment permits, but what about the temporary use permits? Because they have all different types of heating in their outdoor spaces. They've got those like low to the ground fire type coal thing that's all propane heated. Do we differentiate at this time? Do we need to do that? Because there may be some differences.
I think we're talking about both.
Well, because really, I mean, I'll give an example. The way station has, although, do they have a temporary use permit or do they have?
That's their own space.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So I'm not going to go there right now. I think we need to explore some source of heat. That's it.
And I think we should not allow gas. I appreciate the safety concerns raised with the electric. I support electric. So we're ready to move on to number 3. Require electric lighting and reflective tape for street side visibility.
Yes.
Yes, as much as possible, within reason.
I mean, I think this is a great
Yeah.
suggestion. I would even be in favor of it for the short term, honestly. We've been hearing concerns since day one about safety for the ones that are on the corner particularly. It doesn't feel like at least the reflective tape should be too much effort.
Yeah, I would say reflective tape at least, and lighting if it's on a corner, or maybe just if staff deems that it's, I mean, I would love to see lighting on any and all of them, and I think the guidelines in some of the stuff that we read about string lighting makes sense, but as far as requiring lightings, I would at least require lighting on the ones that are on the corners because it's a traffic hazard.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Kohler.
I already said I like the tape.
Oh, okay.
I just said yes.
Sorry, your hand was on. Your hand was up. Councilmember Goddard. You're on mute.
I forgot to take my hand down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no one's against number 3, right? And for as far as a short term, if tape on the corner, are we on board with that? Okay. Number 4, allow signage on the outdoor dining structure. Bruce, I'm just going to go in order. Do you have any comments?
Yeah. As far as signage, that if you look at the one that started out as Amelie's going in front of live water and now has been cut shorter, so there's a little bit more visibility. There is signage there for live water. And I think that makes sense, even if, as I think we're going to go, that the structure should not go in front of the neighboring business. But I think it would be okay to have signage pointing to the neighboring business, just to, even if the structure doesn't go in front of them, just to help people find that business. And I agree with the things that are in the staff report about the signage being consistent with the signage that's already on that neighboring business. But I think signage for both the business that has the structure and for a neighboring business would make sense in moderation.
Okay. Barbara, thanks, Bruce.
Okay, I would say no, it's visual noise, it's visual clutter. Planning Commission spends a whole lot of time on signs. I don't think we need it. It's fine for the one right now that has that weird piece, but I do not want to see signs.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I would concur. I think we don't need more like signage and billboards on the streets. And if anything, I think the design standards should have a certain aesthetic that's akin to what we saw in the packet as far as like Novato. We don't have to then worry about, colors, and we don't have to worry about sizing of signage and anything like that. So I'd be opposed to the signage.
Thank you. Councilmember Goddard?
Yeah, I would propose that potentially we allow some kind of a branding on the umbrellas, but no front signage.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think, Chance, you shared with me some of what San Diego has done. They've done excellent work in their design guidelines, and that was something that that's their policy around signage. I think it's a good one.
I don't see a problem with that.
I like that suggestion. Otherwise, I'm opposed to signage.
Yeah, well, I like that suggestion too. And maybe what I was saying
I'm
about
okay with that suggestion too.
the suggestion that I was referring to that I agree with was what I believe.
Agreeing with Chance's suggestion of the umbrellas, or Renee's suggestion of the umbrellas.
About the suggestion of allowing branding on the umbrellas. And I would be willing to let go of the idea of a sign pointing to a neighboring business, given that we're not going to be covering up the neighboring business. I think we're pretty clear on that.
Thank you. Okay, charge permit fees and rental license fees, number 4, for use of town spaces.
Yeah.
Yes, Bruce?
Yes.
I think I'm next. Yes.
Chance?
Yeah, there's an element that I think we should pursue down the road, and we've talked about it before about public access to these spaces during non-operating hours, or having public components of these spaces. And other communities do reduced fee structures when it's sort of a commons that people can go out to. But if it's an outdoor dining, strictly commercial dining operation, I think there should be it is a rental of public space, and it should be an increased fee structure for that use, as opposed to something that's more of like a public parklet in front of a space that has a sponsor. But I know it's nuanced, but that's my take on it.
And Chance, it sounds like you've done some research in this area. Do you have any insight as far as fee structures? Is there?
Yeah, it's the way that like there's still a sponsor that keeps it clean in front of the places that are more of like public seating, but there's no service. And it's more like $1,000 a year versus outdoor dining in a parking spot or something that has actual service and is used mostly for private uses. And that could be $3,000 to $4,000 per year, at least in San Francisco. But that's just an example.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, if I may, again, I think Chance and I are doing similar research. I think it's really important that we look at the different fee schedules, and that the commercial streetery is what I'm going to ask that we start calling it. A streetery is a fixed structure where an operator uses the street for commercial activity during business hours. And in San Francisco, it says with a bench or other public seating facility, and is otherwise open to the public during non-commercial daytime hours. Having that with the operator, which is the permittee, maintaining that could offset a fee. And there's another piece to this, and I'm just going to put it out there right now, and that is a true public parklet. And I think there is room in the future to explore that model. It's truly public space, and a fee could be waived in that case. And it can be used for multiple things like small art exhibits, actually a public parklet. So that comes later, but I don't think a fixed fee, I don't think we're ready to put that in place yet until we've explored a public-private partnership in as well as just a sole proprietor commercial streetery. Perfect.
Are you saying no, you want to see more, sort of exploration of what?
Absolutely. Yeah. I
So
think
you're saying not now, but later. So no for now for you.
But putting it out there that I believe that fees are appropriate, and I think they need to be differentiated based on public-private use versus private use. And so, yeah, I don't want people, I do not believe in giving away the public right of way.
But if we're having a conversation about extending these, you're at the time of renewal, I guess it would be when we assess the fee.
I think we could come up with something before the ordinance comes back to us.
Okay.
I need to know what staff needs from us, but there are some excellent models. So I would hate to jump to something before we've explored all the angles.
Can I just ask, the ones that we have now are pretty much used for the exclusive use of those businesses. So rather than getting into the only thing that's really a public parklet in town is the thing in front of the Scoop, we're not talking about that. That was approved a long time ago. So I think for purposes of what we have now, are you supportive of fees?
I think that there's many ways to discuss how we use what exists now, and any subsequent applications for these spaces. Many members of the public were saying it's not fair not to grant to others. So we need a policy that would be consistent based on the proposed usage or the current usage. I have some examples. I don't want to take council's time right now, but I do think there are ways that we can keep these as public-private, and those fees need to be established based on what we decide.
But can I just throw out there, one of the things you brought up when we started this is let's keep this simple. And we're really trying, I mean, come on. We can't have it both ways. Let's keep it simple for now. We're not talking about a program that's going to extend for the next 10 years. We're talking about extending things. And so now you're asking staff to do a bunch of research, and that somebody later may decide, oh, I'm going to let people sit in there at night.
No, Barbara, I'm asking that we think through our policy making instead of slapping on fees, and I'm happy to do the research.
Renee, could I interject? really quickly, I just want to, I'm sorry, Bruce, but I just
Yeah.
wanted to bring the mayor's attention to the fact that like we're talking about 5 and 6 kind of at the same time. And I feel like staff might have already been considering the reduced fee structure for the open general space in item 6. So I don't know if we just want to say, you know, if that helps clarify things that we're sort of merging these two, but maybe we can move through 5 and then get to 6 and then move forward.
Yeah, I'm in favor of 5, and thank you for raising Chance. We can move on to 6. I agree. So
Yeah, and if I can just, we seem to be kind of jumping around, but the I think Renee said it pretty well, that and I would be okay with waiting on the fees, as I think I heard Renee suggesting, until we figure out number 6 better. But I am very supportive of number 6 and of the general concept of trying to encourage public use areas as opposed to only private use areas. So, and I don't think it's getting too complicated to try to do that. We may not be able to do it tonight, but I think that's where I'd like to see us go. And that would be associated with a reduction in fees. And there's also a mention in the staff report of having a sign on each end of something that might look like a private use space to make it clear that it's a public use space. However that's done, but a way to designate it, and you have to think about who's going to maintain it, which has already been an issue when we had the Motto Avenue area. These things need to be thought through, but I'm very supportive of going in that direction, and I'd be okay with waiving the fees for now until we can get that sorted out.
Okay, I think I'm next. I'm gonna disagree at this point. I don't think we have those spaces, and I think it is our public right of way, and I think it's a gift of public funds. If you want to reduce them some, that's one thing, but I'm not in agreement with the idea of eliminating license fees for spaces. For example, let's say one that serves coffee during the day and then says people can sit there at night. They're still getting quite a benefit and a gift of public funds by using our space.
I would concur with that. And I think right now we're just trying to give direction to staff so that when they do come back, they can propose something like a staggered fee structure, and we can comment in May about if we move forward with this, we can comment in May about tinkering with that. But I think right now we're just trying to get clarity if there should be different structures. And I think people should certainly be charged if they're using public space and there's not public benefit necessarily.
I agree. Moving on to number 7, allow the updated TEP, TUPs to go on without a fixed renewal date. Set expiry and renewal date.
I'm a little unclear on what that question refers to. We're saying after we get this all sorted out and we've got it in the zoning, we've got clear guidelines. Are we saying that they have to renew they have to come back?
Like on an annual basis, they have to apply and.
Is that what the question is?
So there's really 2 options. One is you allow these permits and there's not a fixed end to the permit. So that's ongoing, and that, you of course could take council action to change those permits or to change that permit structure. But the other option is that some of the cities are looking at, say, you get this permit or license for 2 years, and then you need to renew it after 2 years. So it may be subtle, but it's sort of sending a signal that whatever you construct in the second model, whatever you construct could be gone in 2 years, as opposed to sort of an ongoing, there's more more certainty, if you will, although we know that these are all temporary and not, we're not guaranteeing any sort of property right to them. Janet, if you want to follow up on that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Encroachment permits, by their very nature, are revocable and revocable at will. So they are there until the town decides they're not. That's the nature of an encroachment permit, period. So you don't have to put the word temporary in front of it. That's what it is. And when we come back and we have something more long-term, I don't use the word permanent because it's not. I use the phrase longer term. And I certainly am not for calling it a use permit. It's going to be a parklet permit or some other type of permit, but it's not a use permit, which denotes running with the land and becoming an entitlement, which this is not.
Mm-hmm.
I guess in either model, will staff be inspecting for compliance on an annual basis when they look to renew?
So we're not expecting that people are adding features the way that they have been. Once they comply with the rules, they need to stay in compliance with the rules.
Perhaps if I can interject a suggestion. So my idea is, like all business licenses, they should be annual. And I would say, just like I have a business license, make it annual, and also at the same time make them submit an attestation that they're complying with all our guidelines and rules. And so that way we don't necessarily have to do an inspection, but if we find that they're not complying with those rules by a complaint or walking by and seeing that, we could still yank those permits. So my vote would be have a fixed renewal date, do it annually like all our business licenses, don't create a new schedule.
Bruce, we kind of skipped you because we asked for clarity. Do you agree with Barbara, or you have another thought?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. It should definitely not be. It sends a signal, as Heather said. I think that makes sense that we do it. We have a renewal period, a renewal time.
Okay, Chance?
Yeah, I would concur with Councilmember Kohler that it should be annual and just baked into our fee schedule. And when people submit payment for their building permits, there's a drop down and they just check the box and the amount of money that they need for their renewal of their permit for their outdoor dining structure. It just goes with that.
Where is, I lost Renee on my screen. Is she here? There you are. Councilmember Gardo, do you have?
No, I think that's a great idea. Barbara, I'm with you.
Yeah, I like that model too. Heather, do you have any questions so far on the directions on the deliberations on all these yet? Do you have any clarifying? Did you all?
Actually, this is very helpful, and I appreciate you going one by one.
Okay, good. So the last one, restrict the number of TEPs, TUPs per town block. Fixed number in town. Go ahead, Bruce, or you don't have to go first if you don't want to. Force the sequence on you.
New system based on my last name. That's always worked for me. It's a complicated question. I heard what some members of the public said tonight, that what if everybody in town wanted to do this? That would be that's a very different scenario than what we're looking at now. And so, yeah, I'm kind of pondering what to do about that. I hate to try to pick a number because, let's say the number is 8, then the 9th business just loses, too bad, even if it's a good location. So that's kind of a hard one to figure, but I don't think we want every business in town to have them lining the entire block. Sorry if that's a vague answer, but
I'll be less vague. But thank you, Bruce. I would say that I think, yes, we want to limit the number per town block. I think there should be a fixed number. I think the question of Duinas Road should be raised. But I think we need to remember a couple of things. Whether you like it or not, people are going to drive cars, maybe go Teslas. And there are people in this town who are older adults, who are disabled, who have mobility issues. Not everybody can walk several blocks. And I think some of our retail businesses have lost business, not necessarily because of the streeteries, but because there hasn't been parking, so they've gone elsewhere. And we've heard that about the farmers market when we had the whole mono lot. But we need to remember, we do need to allow some people to park and get around town. So I would be for restricting the number. And I think we ought to think about Duinas Road more carefully at a later date. For now, I'm not going to pitch that. And I do not have a number, but I would just suggest to staff that we got to be reasonable. We have to leave parking, and we have to allow people to be able to walk around town without these things in their way all the time. Thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think in the like playing it out, there's definitely a concern about, you know, every single place having one, and what that means. I'm also, you know, thinking about big picture. If the places that currently have them are there, if we have any new you know, merchants or businesses that come into town, they're kind of out of luck, which doesn't feel like an equitable solution. And so I'm kind of just on principle opposed to the restriction at this point in time, especially because I can't come up with some arbitrary number. I'd almost rather it be at the discretion of the planning director or the building inspector, like, you know, someone who can review and take a look at it. And if we created some process, but I don't know if at this time we can predict into the future what that's going to look like, and we can come up with a number that's going to be reasonable. So I can't say I'm for it at this time.
If I may add just one note here. If we leave something up to a staff member, we need to create some guidelines. There can't be delegation of what's called unfettered discretion. So we can't just say community development director, the planning manager, whomever, pick a number. You have to provide some guidelines for that person to make a decision. It can't be a purely discretionary decision.
Like, we have to ensure there's sufficient parking, for example, or X number of parking spaces, still something like that, Janet?
Yeah, so you have to provide some guidelines to help that person make a decision. For example, you might say, it's fairly common to say, allow up to X unless X, Y, and Z. You know, unless these conditions exist, in which case only allow up to Y. You can do things like that. And so you just have to provide enough guidelines for that person to be able to make that decision. It cannot be just purely discretionary on the part of the staff person. Even the manager. Sorry.
Who's next? I'm just thinking here.
My
go ahead, Renee.
I was actually going to request that before we create restrictions on numbers, that we actually do a parking inventory analysis that we've been talking about for quite some time. It can be done independently of an entire managed parking study, which I know is a big deal. But I think sort of leaving it to anecdotal, case by case instances of, well, there wasn't enough parking in front of my store, so we can't. It's not scientific enough for me feeling comfortable with restrictions. I also think that retail's never had an opportunity to explore what this could mean for them. I know that's not for tonight, but I do. I will say that there are models for, and I think there'll be more. So I'm not able to make a restriction or a number at this time.
Yeah, obviously Broadway is much different than Duinas. It feels like Duinas is kind of near its max in my mind. But I think I would not want to restrict right now. I do see it as a fairness or equity issue, like you mentioned, Renee, with regard to retailers. So your suggestion is come back with a recommendation after a parking study? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, we need to do a parking inventory analysis anyway.
Yeah.
And then Councilmember Vice Mayor Catrano has come up with some other thoughts about parking that I think should be explored sooner than later. But I know we have a lot on our plate. It just would be good to have some facts before we start looking at people's ideas of what is and is not enough parking.
Right.
Suggestion that may help. I like Renee's suggestion that if you were, my recommendation is we stop issuing new TUPs right now until we have our guidelines in place and all that. So that gives us, if people are in agreement with that idea, then that gives us time to look at the parking inventory as you suggested and come back with what makes sense for a fixed number. I had asked that we stop doing them a while ago and they still keep cropping up. But at some point, people are going to build them, then they're not going to want to change them. So is there any appetite for not doing any new ones right now? At least wait till we have an ordinance in place.
I absolutely support that, Barbara. We don't want anyone doing anything wrong when we're so close to having the regs in place.
Yeah, so like a moratorium until we have the design standards in a process in place. Is that what you're suggesting, Councilmember?
Yeah, I think at a minimum the ordinance, but probably it might take a little more time to get the guidelines. So if we could have that idea, that gives us a little bit of time to work on the number through a parking inventory idea. So we don't have to figure it out tonight. I think there is some agreement that we shouldn't have every space taken up by them. So I think there could be some sort of restriction, but we don't know the number. We don't have the guidance on that. So if we did this moratorium for a little while, then we might have a better idea of that number later, and we could always amend the ordinance with that.
I would support that, unless staff tells us that there's somebody that came in this morning looking for one, but if there's not one right in process right now, then I think a moratorium makes sense. That's a good way to approach it.
So if I may, if we're starting to use the word moratorium, we'd have to draft something up and bring that back to you.
Wait a minute, these are really discretionary, Janet. Do we have something that says we have to do them? In fact, they're going to expire in May right now. So if we don't use the word moratorium and just say, don't issue more right now.
That would be better.
Yeah, that was just a good word, but if it has a legal...
It has a charged meaning, yes.
So if all we say is we're not going to issue any more until after we have this ordinance and perhaps design guidelines in place, then if somebody comes in, then we're not doing them.
May I make a suggestion? Would this work to open an application period So we don't have to say things like once our ordinance is in place or our design guidelines, or that we open the application period when we're ready? Or no?
Sure, I mean, that's understood because we'll put that in with whatever changes we're making with the structure of the item that we're bringing back to you.
Okay, but there's one issue with that. Is what I was suggesting, if we waited and not picked a number right now, if you have in your ordinance that you're opening an application period, what I was saying is you wait, you don't issue anymore. We do this parking inventory in between now and then we can amend the ordinance later to say we only want 20, or we only want 15, or we only want 10. So if you're putting in the ordinance opening an application, it could be opening an application period. You could have everybody running in for them.
I'm just trying to say that perhaps we say we're, somehow we're not accepting, any at this time until the application period is open, or does that not go into an ordinance?
Well, until we're finished, until we're ready to go, and ready to go might mean, the start date for application, accepting applications on the start date.
Okay, I mean, however this needs to be.
I think we're talking about the same thing. Yeah, I think we are getting at the same point here.
It seems like tonight we're presumably going to consider extending the time frame, because otherwise they all expire this month and they would all have to be taken down, presumably, if we didn't pass that. So if we just extend the ones that currently exist with the understanding that we will, as we continue to consider this, we'll figure out what else we can take applications for and what the guidelines would be for new ones and the existing ones, but just extend only the ones that currently exist. That would seem like a way
to talk about that.
Moratorium.
I don't think we have that problem, Bruce, because I don't think this ends until the end of May.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's pretty soon. Yeah.
So if we like the idea of not issuing any new ones, whatever way we work that, then we don't. And I think there is some potential agreement of we don't want an unlimited number, but we just don't know how to deal with that right now. Can we move on from question 8?
I think we're all in agreement. And it sounds like Janet thinks she knows a way to do it. So I think we can move on. Yes.
Okay, so we just went through that to help inform how a short-term extension, how one would qualify, right? And we said we wanted to, well, I captured in the early discussion, the 4 feet issue, the ADA issue, and the footprint issue. If you have a
Mary, that's the next slide, right? That's the next set of things to just step through. I think that would be quick, but is that right, Heather?
What's the next slide?
Yeah, so the next slide is really our recommendations, which you could confirm, and if you're comfortable, you could confirm them all in one swoop if that's your desire.
And I think the last one, Mayor, is the one that we're really grappling with, which is, and of course, amending G, which would be not only the indemnification, but the insurance requirement. But H is do we bring it up sooner or, but I think the other stuff, there's probably a lot of agreement. But anyway, I just wanted to clarify it.
Thank you. I'm just reading these again.
Question. So if there are things here that are missing, does that mean that you're still exploring in terms of safety features and things like that? Or shall I add something? There's something that is that shows up in many of the models, and that is to have a sort of a border And then it can't be any higher than 42 inches. And this is really all about visibility. And it has to have sort of I should read what I wrote. Basically, it has to be transparent so that you can see through the slats, if you will. So if it's slats or it's metal cord, metal cable, and so it's a little bit better and nicer looking than what some people have put up, which is sort of, construction barriers and
Looks like a box.
delineators that don't look very good, or bollards, which you can't put on a roadway. So do you have all that somewhere?
I think that's good. That's sounds to me like sort of design guidelines, and I think that's good. And I heard from several council members over the discussion that there was a desire for that more open aesthetic, something like what you saw in the pictures from Novato. So that would guide our next iteration coming back to you.
And I think really important is the 42 inches, the railings no higher than 42 inches. And then often I've found that they call for a minimum emergency access gap of 3 feet. And it's required for every 20 feet of the streetery or adjacent streeteries. So just to note.
You're saying emergency, like to get from the sidewalk to the street?
Yeah, it's called
through the eateries.
I believe it's sidewalk to the street. Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Barbara, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I have a couple things to add. In looking in San Anselmo's staff report, these are safety issues that I would add, and I provided these to staff beforehand. On page 3 of Sean Condry's staff report, he talks about fire and safety access, can't block or obstruct fire hydrants or public utilities.
Mm-hmm.
He's got more information in there. And then on page 4 of his staff report, he has traffic protections, parklets, whatever we're calling them, shall provide a minimum of 1 foot clearance from the lane of traffic. And then there's vertical elements and other things in there that I actually really liked. There was more, the insurance and indemnification. They also had things about enforcement, emergencies, and removal. I think we are not going to have time to go through all this stuff tonight, and I certainly don't want us here at midnight. But I would also suggest when you come back with actual guidelines, I think the guidelines that San Anselmo have a lot of good information about the platform design, about the traffic protections. It's a little broader than what's in the staff report, the railing and enclosure, and maybe we don't like all their stuff. But, I think there's going to have to be a little more work on beyond an ordinance on guidelines. And I liked the pictures of Novato, but I thought that San Anselmo put more actual meat into their guidelines that they provided. And the other thing I would say is that regarding, Chance already mentioned adding insurance to G, but I would be more supportive of a 6-month for number H rather than all the way to January. And I think there's a couple of things when we say the length of these things, only being the length of the business, or I think you've got something, I'm getting a little confused because we have a lot of stuff, is that you had something about a minimum 4 feet of unobstructed sidewalk. I like that. I mean, we're not going to go over all these, but there was something about outdoor dining along the length of the business only, and that's in number A. And, you know, I personally think that, for example, the one that's on Bolinas Road, that's at the coffee shop, I think they're the landlords of the people next to them. And I'm not sure that that clothing store is going to want to buck what their landlord is saying. So if they're blocking, you know, the clothing store, do we really think the clothing store who has to pay rent to the coffee store is going to say, oh, we don't like that? They're probably not going to. So, I mean, I like that idea of an agreement, but there needs to be more a formal agreement than just a gentle person's agreement. So some sort of agreement that it's okay. But just with those few additions, and I just want to throw this out there. I'm a little concerned in general that we seem to be talking about creating kind of a permanent idea for these things to continue on in perpetuity. And I realize we had a pretty broad community survey, but I'm not really sure that we've had a pretty broad community conversation. And so I'm okay with this idea of, you know, giving some time and allowing an ordinance, but I'd like us in the future to really take this up and have more discussion on it rather than just, you know, going with this because it works for a lot of people, but it doesn't work for everybody. Thank you.
Go ahead, Chance.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. So I am in support of all A through G with the addition of the insurance bit. I am also in favor of moving that date up from January to, I don't know, if it's moved up 3 months, does that make it 10/1/2022? And I think the other items that Councilmember Kohler brought up, some of them were addressed in the staff report related to setbacks from lane of travel, don't obstruct storm drains and easy access to street utilities, et cetera. In addition to the meeting ADA requirements, I just wanted to bring staff's attention to a document produced by the California Department of General Services and the California Commission on Disability Access. They actually did a couple page report, like white paper on open air dining. And so I'll pass that along to staff and ask staff to share that with the council. But that's just another resource I thought about with the ADA stuff. But things that staff have suggested to date, I think are great, and I'm in support of them.
Thank you. Renee?
Yeah, a couple things. One more in terms of the safety. I wanted to call attention because the public raised a lot of concern about flooding came up, and you'll see in the Novato draft parklet design standards, they do specifically call out that there must be a that the deck sides running across drainage or gutter pathways must provide continuous open pathway for water, and they must be screened. So I think it's really important that we look at that. How is the water going to flow down the gutter? But in how we look at the guidelines around the platforms and how they're constructed. I agree with all of these things. I would like to say I'm happy to go with a shorter timeline. I actually was hoping for a shorter timeline. I would ask for 11/1. I think October is a really important time for businesses outdoors. But I would like to add something, and that is that we establish a midterm review to make sure that there's progress being made to comply with the design requirements. For instance, that the roofs actually need to be down 3 months after the ordinance is approved on its second reading, so that the businesses know that, given that we know the urgency and the critical flaws, and we've all decided unanimously to take down those overhead structures. I think that would be a reasonable thing to request of the businesses. I don't know what you.
I support that.
So, Renee, on that note, what about I'm trying to get your nomenclature. your commercial eateries that are extending. So are we saying, I've heard so far October and November, are we saying we're going to green light and renew those permits for another 6 to 9 months?
Well, I was going to say,
without any changes? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
I mean, that's why I'm trying to
No,
say
they could make those changes in the last 2 weeks is what I'm saying. And that's where my area of focus has been, if you can tell, is really trying to listen and represent those businesses that have said this is a problem, you know? So we're saying, yes, we know it's a problem, but you have to live with it for another 6 months?
I think Renee's suggesting the midterm review is where.
Yeah, I like that, but I only heard it on the roof.
Well, I support the idea of the midterm review. I think, in fact, I think what all of you have said makes sense in this regard. I would like to see the date be sooner. 11/1 would be okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking actually before this meeting. So we're thinking along that same line. And I think as far as the roof, since we're all agreed on that, and also the notion that one business's sidewalk eatery cannot be in front of another business. It only can be in front of their business. I think we're agreed on that. And so that could be another thing that we have a shorter deadline to rectify.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Unless there's a, I would say, written agreement.
Right. Exactly.
Unless it's an agreement.
Yeah.
But
agreement,
the
not
question
a
is,
tacit agreement. Yeah.
Mayor, I think the question is setting a realistic timeline for people to, one, remove the roofs, because I believe that at least one of them will require going from the ground up. And so I'm just wondering, how to be realistic with them taking this thing apart and in the amount of time that we're talking about, even though it needed to be done yesterday.
And if I might just add to that, it was my understanding that that might be the case for some folks. And as we know, with Mr. Altman just trying to create a outdoor dining space at Iron Springs when that was still open, his timeline was dramatically changed by supply chain, contractor availability, stuff like that. And so I think the midterm review is wise in case, we want somebody to completely change their whole thing, and they're trying to make progress to do that. And they're providing us with that progress report, but that they're not complete with that or something like that. I also am concerned about being realistic. If there are some real structural changes, and that's what I was trying to get to with my initial comments.
Can I suggest this, Chance? Perhaps there can be flexibility in the ordinance if we add this midterm review for certain critical flaws, the coverings, the length of them, where there really is a valid reason for an extension. You could have the building official be able to allow an extension. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, so we don't have to, let's say somebody really can't get what they need to get. It can't just be, well, I waited to the last minute and now I can't do it. So, and there's going to be some of those, but if we can try for a midterm review on some of these critical things that are a problem right now, and that would include some of the safety issues, like if there are other safety issues that we're not aware of tonight, that we would include those in a midterm review. And if there is a need for a valid extension, then the building officials should have the ability to allow that, but not 6 months, not a long time.
So the scope of the midterm review is the roof, the extension into the neighboring parcel, and some of the other safety issues that we talked about. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those
Terrific.
critical safety issues for staff so that they would know what those are.
You kind of cut out.
I'm just saying if we call those critical safety.
Okay. Heather, are you comfortable with what you've heard? Do you have any clarifying questions?
Just to clarify, so if the business is working towards, say, removing a roof, and they come into a snag, you're saying that the building official could give a 30-day extension or something like that?
That's what I was suggesting.
I think that's what we're saying. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Can I just ask, so when we talk about the midterm review, though, I think we have to have a few things that are set, not just that we're coming to review, but that by, July 30th, you need to have done A, B, and C.
Well, okay, so what we talked about was remove the roof, shorten any that are in front of an adjacent business unless there is a written agreement by that business to allow such. And then just at the midterm, and then any critical safety issues, such as somebody sticking out in traffic. But we don't name what the critical safety issues are for the midterm review. Is that enough for you, Heather and Mark, to go by?
Thanks. Mark, would you like to weigh in here?
Yeah, I think so.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear that the review is actually a deadline for certain criteria, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if I may, I just need to understand for myself. We are talking about the resolution extending the temporary permits. We're not talking about the future longer term ordinances and stuff.
We're
talking about, right? Okay.
That's right.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Appreciate you clarifying. Okay.
And just, I think there's one thing, all of us talked about a shorter timeline. Some of us talked about 10-1, some of us talked about 11-1, but I don't think we heard from you, Mayor, on what your vote is for
Thank you.
January 1st.
I didn't chime in on that. No, I could be comfortable with November.
Okay. So that's 3-2. That's fine with me.
So 11-1.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Are we done with item number 21? I think we are.
May I just close with something for the record? Not that everything's not on the record, because it is, but I just want to remind the public and ourselves that this was probably the most significant and well-visited survey that we've ever done in the town of Fairfax. We had nearly 1,000 respondents, and the business response was 86.11% yes and 13.89 no. The resident response was 89.25% yes, 10.75% no, and the visitors just were off the chart. But they don't really matter in this situation because we're looking at this. I just really wanted to reiterate that there's overwhelming support, but we are now coming to deal with the reality. We've learned a lot, and we're listening. And I think we're going to come up with a good ordinance that will make these a great addition to our town on an ongoing basis, not using the word permanent.
And if I may, you have a proposed resolution also, which will need a vote.
And I'm kind of ready to make that motion with the changes as far as the date. But what I'm struggling with is the midterm review or midterm deadline. So, and I'm going to ask council for this. So we have, just to be clear, the title should say to November 1st, 2022. The term shall stay November 1st, 2022. There's 2 and 3 with terms for both of them. They both, but now we're talking, and I think we have midterm deadline under each of those that would say, so it's 3 months from now, I think, and I'm not sure what that date is.
Could we say July 30th?
Okay, so under each, I'm just asking council right now, but thank you, Renee. So if you said July 30th, 2022, so you would have by July 30th, 2022, all roof coverings shall be removed from TEPs or TUPs, and any structures that extend into adjacent businesses shall be shortened to not impede those businesses unless there is a written agreement by the adjacent business to allow such, and any critical safety issues as determined by the building official shall be completed. With allowances by the building official to grant a 30-day extension if warranted.
For critical safety issue completion, something like that.
Right. So somebody other than me, I did my best to come up with something on the fly.
That was amazing.
And Janet, do you want to repeat that? So here's where I'm wondering where you put that. So you have under the findings, you have term number 2 term, and that's for the right-of-way agreements, and number 3 terms for the, I guess these are the TUPs. And then I think after that you have midterm deadline period. That would be item 4, midterm deadline. Maybe that's not the right word, but I'm just going to say it right now. Midterm deadline by July 30th, 2022. All roof coverings will be removed for number 2 and 3 terms. That's probably not right, number 2 and 3.
Well, I can, what we're talking about, yeah, okay, we're talking about removal of roof coverings, and we're talking about extending past the business.
So shortening
of the
right. Structures that impede or that obstruct
right
adjacent businesses unless there is a written agreement by the adjacent building business to allow such, and complete all critical safety issues. I don't know if that's right.
Let's make this instead of July 30th, which is a Saturday, let's make it the 29th, which is a Friday.
Okay.
So complete all the critical safety features modifications by that date, by the close of business, July 29th, 2022. And unless a no longer than 30-day extension is granted by the chief building official.
I think he's just called building official, not chief.
Building official.
Okay, no more than 30 days.
Yeah.
So are you going to resequence these and insert a new number 4? Is that what?
Renumber, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but that applies for both the right-of-way agreements for temporary uses, outdoor uses, and the temporary outdoor use permit. So it applies to both of those. And so what I'm going to say is this. Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve resolution 22-blank, a resolution of the town council of the town of Fairfax extending the terms of certain right-of-way use agreements for temporary outdoor uses and temporary outdoor use permits to allow restaurants and other businesses to provide outdoor dining, other retail/commercial uses, and curbside pickup to November 1st, 2022. As amended.
Mm-hmm.
That's the title.
That's good.
Okay. And then with the change to under number 2 terms, change the date to November 1st, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And number 3 would be change the date to November 1st, 2022. There would be a new number 4 midterm deadline that applies to both the right-of-way agreement for temporary outdoor uses and for temporary outdoor use permits. And as you stated.
Right.
And that is the motion.
And the rest of them renumbered. I'll second that motion.
Yes,
I think that
thank
was
you for
pretty
the
good.
friendly amendment. Accepted. Okay.
That was
amazing.
Yeah, that was nothing
Good
short of
job.
amazing. Thank you. I heard a motion, Kohler, with the detailed amendment of the resolution, and I heard a second, Ackerman.
Would you like me to take the roll call vote?
I would like that. Thank you.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes, hooray.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
And Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Motion
And
passed.
I would just like to thank staff for making that really, the staff report was really helpful in guiding that conversation, and as were those slides, and it could have been so much more painful. So thank you very, very much.
And can I, Mayor, may I just ask that we or Mark inform the businesses who will be most immediately and critically affected by this as soon as possible? What they have now is 3 months and 3 weeks in order to really move on this. And I think the more time we give them, the better our outcomes will be in meeting our deadline.
I think that's a good suggestion, but I think maybe there might be something in writing that would be better to say the council is in the process of adopting and which ones are affected, rather than Mark having to go to them one by one.
Well, except what I'm wondering, I mean, we are in the process of adopting, but by this resolution,
we've already done it.
Including that deadline, it's ready to go.
Well, okay, but what I would just suggest to you is rather than Mark having to go one by one, that there be a written letter that gets sent out.
Oh, sure, sure.
This resolution was adopted. This is what's going to be required of your business.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to make sure that however we do it, that they know, and there's no no way that they miss the message.
And Renee, I want to thank you for coming up with the mid.
Yeah, that was great.
I think that's really helpful. That helps us fix some of these critical flaws. Thank you.
Great.
And I want to thank myself for doing that motion, which was hideous.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. I think that was a really excellent discussion, very successful. We still have a long ways to go, but I think we made a lot of progress tonight. So thank you.
So time to review the agenda and hopefully take a short break. But before we break, do we feel like we have enough time to get through number 22 and 23?
Yes.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you need a motion to, clerk, do we need a motion to?
Yes, please.
Suspend 10 o'clock rule.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue to complete the agenda, which is items 22 and 23.
Second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, roll call vote, please, Michelle.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you. Okay, let's take a break until let's resume at 10:20. Thank you. Okay, we're all back, I think. I think we're ready to discuss item number 22, the concept of prohibiting gas-powered landscape equipment and provide direction to staff. I don't know if Sean is on or Heather, you're doing this one. Oh, Sean, you're here.
I'm here. Yep. Good evening, council members, and it's nice to see you all again. And I will go ahead and pull up whole presentation together.
Are you there?
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
I'm having some trouble.
Maximizing it.
Yeah, going to the slideshow here. Okay. Well,
The F5 key will start the slideshow, I think. At least it usually does.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. It's kind of frozen. Well, I'll just talk through it here because
Sean, sorry, this is Michelle. Do you want me to run the slideshow from my computer? Is yours?
Sure. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's not letting me do the full slideshow, unfortunately.
Yeah, I can do that. Just if you stop sharing, I'll share it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
And let me just figure that out quickly. Share. Okay, just tell me when to
Perfect.
move on.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. So for this short presentation I prepared, I'd like to focus on the key decision points for council for prohibiting gas-powered landscape equipment that was discussed in the staff report, and also cover recommendations for how potential ordinance could be implemented and enforced. Next slide, please. So the key decision points for council to decide are to conduct a community survey prior to introducing an ordinance, or to move ahead immediately with drafting an ordinance for the next May council meeting. And I'll discuss the reasons for conducting a community survey first on the next slide. First, staff recommends conducting a community survey prior to introducing an ordinance to address concerns over the use and regulation of gas-fired landscape equipment, quantify support for initiatives such as a rebate and trade-in program, provide valuable information on the types of equipment used in Fairfax, the frequency of use, and how much this equipment is used for personal or professional purposes. Additionally, community outreach is an important element of the climate action plan, which includes creating and distributing surveys to residents to gain feedback and input on current initiatives and strategies. If an ordinance is pursued to prohibit gas-fired landscape equipment, it's recommended adequate funding be provided to assist with the transition to electric alternatives, including budgeting a minimum of $5,000 to fund a rebate program for residents and their landscapers to purchase electric leaf blowers when they trade in their current gas leaf blowers, with additional funding made available if other gas-powered landscape equipment are prohibited. Small landscaping businesses may also be eligible for the $30 million that is being allocated to the California Air Resources Board's Clean Off-Road Equipment Voucher Incentive Project to further fund this transition to electric landscape equipment. Also budgeting $27,000 to replace any town-owned gas-powered landscape equipment based on the current inventory of equipment. If small equipment are replaced, such as leaf blowers, then no electrical upgrades at the courtyard should be needed. However, for larger equipment, such as commercial lawnmowers, electrical upgrades may be required and additional funds will need to be budgeted for this. Staff recommends that any potential ordinance to prohibit gas-fired landscape equipment include a phased-in approach to prohibitions of gas-fired landscape equipment, starting with leaf blowers, a minimum of 3 months before the ordinance takes effect, and limited exemptions for use of gas landscape equipment, for example, during times of emergency or if viable electric alternatives don't exist as of yet. Finally, staff recommends that the enforcement of any potential ordinance to prohibit gas-fired landscape equipment includes utilizing the town's website for complaint intake regarding the use of gas landscape equipment that would be monitored by staff, and issuing warning letters to property owners in charge of landscaping work for continued use of gas-powered landscape equipment and following up with fines for subsequent violations. That concludes my presentation, and I look forward to answering any questions council may have.
Barbara, I see your hand up.
Yes. Sean, I think you did an excellent job, and thank you for all your thoroughness. I don't recall in the staff report the discussion of the enforcement issue, and I'm a little concerned about warning letter and then immediately a fine. I did a lot of enforcement at the Air District, and I have a lot of concerns about really a heavy-handed approach for something that's a new program. And I think we should focus a little more on education rather than going.
Can you limit it to questions right now?
Yeah, well, my question is that something you'd consider? Is more an educational idea rather than going straight to fines?
Yeah, well, it definitely wouldn't be straight to fines. It was kind of modeled off it. There was a section in the staff report that did talk about enforcement, and what San Anselmo did is they provide 3 months prior or once the ordinance took effect, 3 months to, I think, comply with it, and the they started with the warning letters that still go. The ordinance took effect in January of this year, and the warning letters will be sent out through June, and then after June, fines will apply in a progressive amount for repeat violations. I think starting at $100. And so, yeah, that the idea was just kind of based on what they've already implemented. But I think the education is a key component of this, and I'm hoping that the Climate Action Committee, along with town staff, could work on that aspect of educating the community, landscapers, and residents that own this equipment about, number one, what the impacts are to health and the environment, but also for them to understand why an ordinance is necessary and how they can comply. Educating on whatever rebate trade-in program we might decide makes sense.
Okay, well,
to put in place.
Thank you. I like the idea. When we get to comments, I'll give you a suggestion of a way you might want to do it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Kachana.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I concur, Sean. Great job on this. Quick question on the funding, the $5,000 that San Anselmo, I saw that they included, and that might be the root of the suggested number, or that sort of just placeholder number. But I didn't know if you had looked into, how they came to that number, or I noticed that the residents accounted for 57% of the issued rebates, and I was wondering what that meant. If if outside landscaping companies accounted for the rest, or if that just meant that there's still money left in there. And just wondering, if that's a question, how should we go about thinking about whether or not that's an appropriate number, or whether or not we should be thinking, bigger or smaller or anything like that? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the questions. I'm not entirely sure how the initial $5,000 was determined. I think it was, number one, they did this community survey, and I think they got a lot of good information from that, including, how much of this equipment is even out there, with, a larger number of it being leaf blowers. The average cost for electric leaf blowers is around $300. The rebate provides like a 50%, covers 50% of the cost, so it ends up being like $150. For each individual applying for the rebate. And I believe the whatever is 43% went to the landscaping businesses. So majority went to the residents, and some portion went to landscapers. I think if we were to pursue a rebate program as part of this, we would want to make sure that some of it is going to the landscapers, since they're will be the most impacted by this from a financial sense. And I'm sorry, is there another?
That was super solid. Thank you. Those are really helpful answers.
Renee, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a quick question. Thanks so much, Sean. Could you explain a little more about what you talk about in the phased-in approach? It said on your slide it was the phased-in approach to enforcement, but then you said something like, well, beginning with leaf blowers and then phasing in. So I'm not sure I completely captured what you were referring to in the phasing.
Yeah, it's kind of based on the idea that leaf blowers are kind of the easiest equipment to tackle at this point. A lot of marine jurisdictions and around California have banned gas leaf blowers, but they haven't quite gone the next step to banning all equipment. Sausalito is working on an ordinance that would ban gas leak blowers initially, but applies some sort of phased-in approach for other equipment, because the reality is that the state regulation will cover all landscape equipment starting in the sale of new equipment starting in January 1st, 2024. So we have to get there at some point. For certain types of equipment like chainsaws, large chainsaws, there's not necessarily great electric alternatives, or even if those do exist, they're not always great for that kind of work. The batteries don't last very long. So for those harder to electrify equipment, it might make sense to not ban that equipment right off the bat and use a phased-in approach for the harder to electrify equipment. And then as that technology improves and the costs come down, hopefully that'll be easier of a transition to make for landscapers and residents. So that's kind of the idea, is to maybe start with the easiest to electrify equipment that's cost effective, that works just as well as the gas equipment, and then kind of work on the other equipment later on.
Okay, thank you.
Bruce?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. When you helpfully answered, Sean, that Chance's question about what the other 43% of the money in San Anselmo went to, it was contractors. Was that local contractors who were based in San Anselmo, or did any of that include contractors who maybe weren't based there but were working in San Anselmo?
Yeah, I don't know if they have that kind of detailed information on where these landscaping companies or individuals were actually based. But all I know is that that the other percentage went to those landscape professionals or businesses rather than the residents.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, we ready to go to public comment? Will you open that up, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Anyone from the public? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Goddard had her hand up.
Actually, could I just ask real quick before we go to the public, Mayor? Did San Anselmo stipulate anywhere that they needed to be locally based contractors, or there was no stipulation on that? So anyone could apply if they...
For the rebate?
Yeah. I understand residents would need to be San Anselmo residents, I assume. But if landscapers are coming in, I'm not sure, is everyone eligible who's a landscaper who, I'm just trying to figure out how far our rebate would go if we're just opening it up and people apply in.
That would be confusing.
I just don't.
Yeah, I'm looking at their rebate application right now, and it says to qualify, applicant must be a resident or commercial landscaper with at least one customer in San Anselmo. If that helps at all.
Yeah, no, that's a lot. They stipulate. Okay, thank you.
Okay. We're going to open public comment now.
Okay, anyone who wants to make a comment on this item, raise your hand, please. I see Jody Timms. You're unmuted now.
Okay, well, good evening, council members and mayor. I just wanted to set the context about this a little bit by saying that the Climate Action Committee put this on our list of goals 2 years ago in March of 2020. I think the issue of leaf blower bans and this kind of equipment has been floating around in Marin for well over 10 years. So I think we're pretty far behind actually in moving on this, and especially in the larger context of the global emissions and how much we need to get busy on electrifying things. I would really like to encourage the council to consider going straight to the ordinance and not doing a community survey. We did a fair amount of outreach before as we were designing. I mean, we passed our emergency resolution in 2019. We did a lot of outreach around the climate action plan in general. We drafted this ordinance in after 2 meetings of conversation in December and January with the climate action. Actually, we did draft an ordinance. It's not the ordinance, the model ordinance that you have here. There are some things in the ordinance that we propose that aren't in the model ordinance. But we did do outreach before that January meeting. Walt Vernon did a blog. We had 14 likes and 1 comment on the blog. So, I mean, there has been some involvement with the community. We had hoped that if it was passed in early part of the year, that it would take effect in January of 2023, and we would spend a good portion of the year with a campaign and social media outreach to inform residents about it. San Anselmo's survey only reached 392 residents, which is 0.03% of the public. So I don't think that the time that would go into that is really worth. I don't think the results would be much different in Fairfax than in San Anselmo. So I would just really like to encourage the council to think about moving aggressively on this ordinance, putting it forward right away, and giving the community a chance to look at it and provide feedback. We also did not talk about a phased-in approach by different kinds of equipment. We put all of it in there, including chainsaws that were less than 18 inches, I believe. So again, we just are eager to get things moving and to educate the public. There will be this $30 million of rebate money available eventually. I think a rebate program is fine. We made that recommendation, but I guess mostly I just like us to see us get going. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? I don't see any other raised hands, Madam Mayor. Oh, I do see one. And Mark Bell, you're unmuted now.
Thanks, Michelle. Yeah, so Oakland passed this, a really comprehensive ban on gas-powered gardening equipment. And I don't understand why we're not just looking at that one, because it covered just about every issue that there possibly was. As far as the rebate goes, it was still a little unclear. Is that a rebate if you have a commercial business that's based in Fairfax and you have one Fairfax customer, or can you be based out of Fairfax but have a customer in Fairfax? So I'd like some clarification on that. Yeah, leaf blowers are loud, noisy, pollute. I'm sure you've seen people standing over one wet leaf on the sidewalk for 20 minutes with a leaf blower trying to get it to move, as opposed to just picking it up or having a rake. So I'm in favor of that ban. And when I'm looking at some of the numbers that were listed, I don't think we need to do a survey, because there are people who love their leaf blowers. This had come up a few years ago. People love them. They love their gas-powered blowers. They're not going to change their minds regardless. If you want to go ahead, you just need to go ahead. And we could take that money and fund the children's events at the Fairfax Festival for $4,000, which the town doesn't seem to be able to come up with. Seems like from the numbers I'm looking at, we have numbers for consultants, but we don't have numbers for children. That's it.
I see no more raised hands.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public comment. I'm just going to offer some introductory remarks before we deliberate. Just to piggyback onto what the Climate Action Committee Chair just spoke, Jody Timms, we did substantial outreach on social media related to the Climate Action Plan, and this was one of the stated strategies, as she said. And there was a blog also posted on social media, and then we had substantial also public forum discussions on this at the Climate Action Committee. the ordinance that we put forth for review is an expansion, far more detailed than the San Anselmo one. It called for landscaping equipment as defined as gasoline-powered lawnmowers, leaf blowers, weed eaters, trimmers, hedge cutters, and other machines that are used to maintain lawns and landscaping. And then with the specification on the chainsaws. So I wanted to offer that. There was one other point that I wanted to make that's escaping me at the moment. I don't think that we have the staff. I don't think it warrants a community survey. I think we've gotten a handful of feedback in support of the ban from residents. And I don't know that we've received any not in favor. So I'd love to get community feedback on every action we take, but I don't think this warrants it. We just don't have the staff. So that's my input, and I'll open it up to others. Go ahead, Barbara.
Okay, well, I'm going to be different. I'm going to recommend that we let Sean do the survey. We do have the staff for this because that's where we have Sean. And I believe that the Climate Action Committee did great work, but you were kind of preaching to the folks who were really interested in that topic. And there's a lot of folks who, and I'm supportive in general of the concept, but getting the word out through a survey that goes much broader than folks that are very focused on climate change and may have invested a lot in their yard equipment would be a good idea to get their feedback. So to me, that's more of getting the education piece out there to broader folks. And we may not get a huge response, but we may get broader folks. And there are some folks in this community who don't have a lot of money to buy a new lawnmower tomorrow, even with a rebate. So I would also suggest that we start with, similar to what I believe Sausalito did, start with the gas-powered leaf blowers, which is a problem for climate change as well as for noise pollution. The electric are much quieter. And we do what Sausalito did, which was give staff instruction to come back later with more equipment, and that $30 million from CARB will go really quickly, like in a minute. For example, I asked Sean to check into Bay Area Air Quality Management District grants, and their grant period is closed, and having worked there for stuff like that, it's gone in about a week or less. So even though it sounds like a lot of money, it's not much. I would also suggest, as far as the enforcement piece, I did quite a lot of enforcement. That's what I worked in at the Air District. And one of the things we tried to do was get a lot of education out there. So I think the warning letters are useful. I don't really think 3 months is a great time period to get people fully educated. And I would suggest that since we do have Sean, something we did at the Air District that I worked on was creating, when we were doing wood smoke enforcement, the first, you would get a warning letter. The second one, you could pay $100 fine, or you could take what we call wood smoke school. And we created a really simple school, and it wasn't about passing or failing. It was learning why you should do this. And the vast majority of people opted for a little, it's 10 questions. And those questions are really about getting people educated as to why we need to do this. And then they have the option of paying the $100 fine or taking climate change school for gas equipment. And then if they violate again, then you hit them with a bigger fine. So that's the way I would propose doing it. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. Chance, just before, one thing that I mentioned, so I'm on the MCCMC Climate Action Committee, and 10 of the 12 jurisdictions in Marin are in some stage of passing this right now. So I thought that was noteworthy for the group to know as well. Go ahead, Chance.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was in the packet, just what the timeline is for socialization of this via a survey as proposed. I was wondering if Sean could just share what that might look like just before I finish my comments.
Yeah, I think we definitely would want to gather some feedback relatively quickly in the next month or two, and then bring those results back to council and potentially introduce an ordinance at that point with that community input. So yeah, I don't think it would be something that would.
But do you have a
that would
time
necessarily take a significant amount of time? Sorry, what was it?
I mean, so you would want 60 days to get it out there, read it. I mean, that would be a minimum, I would think, right?
Yeah. And we would, I would work with the Climate Action Committee to help distribute that through the town, website, social media, and, the CAC could also do some in-person events potentially, but we haven't discussed that thoroughly yet.
Thanks for clarifying that. I think it's we're not like isolated from the same sorts of issues or comments that might come up from San Anselmo. So I don't know if we need to necessarily like delay it and sort of reinvent it. If the outcome that we're seeking is like learning that some of this stuff is not, these aren't like mature markets for some types of lawn equipment in terms of whether or not it's electrified yet, or whether or not it's affordable or things like that. Like if we already know that from the last survey, I don't know if we need to do another one for more people to tell us the same thing. So I don't know. I'm not totally confident that the survey is going to be necessary to kick this out, potentially 3 to 4 months. And I think we're moving in the direction of it anyway. So I'd rather have a big education campaign on the back end of just getting it done and then being like, hey, we have to do this because it's part of our climate action plan. And like Barbara said, maybe there's a big education component, and maybe the CAC, you direct the CAC, Sean, to come up with materials to support that outreach. And maybe there's an educational program or component or something like that. In terms of $100 fine or taking a class, I mean, it would almost be like you could take the $100 fine, or you can take the rebate, or you could take $100 fine and just buy the equipment. I would like to move people towards, actually making the change too. But I recognize the importance of the education, but I am feeling like this is a sort of foregone conclusion just based on everything we need to do and everything we need to electrify because of the climate crisis. And so I don't know if we need to kick it out. And that's just how it's sitting with me right now.
Councilman Bagrader?
Yeah, thanks everyone. I don't know about you all, but I'm sitting here in the wake of the IPCC report, and I can feel Jody Tim's energy next door to me because she's my next door neighbor, that we are not acting with enough urgency around these things. There are some critical pieces. The equity piece to me is primary, so that nothing about this is punitive to the folks who are hired in to leaf blow or mow someone's lawn. And so I think the rebate idea needs to be thought through really carefully in terms of where those funds are going to end up. I think it's really important in terms of the encroachment. What's that called? The phasing in of
Enforcement?
this. Did I say encroachment?
That was the last topic.
Oh, God. The phasing in is that we look at, what is actually viable. If it's leaf blowers, because they're relatively affordable, let's go for it. If it's lawn mowers, because they don't exist and they're too expensive, then let's, we'll phase that a little bit later, but let's get everything that we can and move on this. I think sometimes surveys are just sort of what did I read? Paralysis by analysis. And I kind of feel like sometimes what we do is we analyze and we do surveys and people say my survey response wasn't actually listened to because you moved forward anyway. I really think that we have to take leadership here and move this forward. The Climate Action Committee has done extraordinary work on this. Going back, as Jody said, 10 years ago, these were floating around. This is something that we can do. I wouldn't support a survey. And I would support making sure that we can really make sure that the folks who need the most support are not the ones getting punished. There's one other thing that I want to add, and that is I would request that the CAC do some really good research on any kind of a take-back program or buyback program, or at least information for people as to where they can dump their old gas-powered lawn equipment, because I can only imagine that if everyone goes out and those who can afford to go out and get their new stuff, that all these things are going to rust in people's driveways. I think there must be a way to recycle parts and pieces of these things and proper safe disposal of the gas that is powering these things. So I would really request that kind of homework be done and that it be part of our education campaign. Otherwise, I really do support what the CAC has come up with, as comprehensive as we can, realistically, in terms of what can be purchased on the market now. I think we should roll it out with those items. Thank you.
Bruce? You're on mute, I think. Yes.
I guess I am, but I was. Yeah, thank you all. I don't think a survey is going to be very helpful for this. I don't think we would get the kind of response that we got, for example, on the survey on the last agenda item. That was a meaningful survey, one of our, I think, our best ever in town. But I could see this being a survey that we don't get a lot of response for. San Anselmo's already done a survey. I don't think we get a lot more out of it. I do support the phasing in of the proposal for phasing in the fines. I like the idea that Barbara suggested that the air board did with wood smoke thing, where the first level of fine could be substituted by a little mini class. I think that's a great idea. That would be a good one to pursue. It also just gives people a chance to see that this is really happening. As Mayor Hellman said, the other jurisdictions in Marin are doing a similar thing, and I think it's been repeatedly said throughout the county that it's helpful in a lot of these industries that we all work simultaneously as much as possible. That's one of the reasons for that MCCMC climate committee, is to try to get us to be all moving in somewhat synchronous fashion. Because from the point of view of somebody who has a landscaping business and has clients in a lot of different towns, it's easier for them actually if everybody is doing the same thing, so that they can adjust their business accordingly, than if they just find that one town has this rule, another town has that rule. So, so I support moving forward with it. And we did have discussions on the Climate Action Committee. It's certainly true that we've been talking about it for a long time, but we also had fairly robust discussion about it. We do have one landscaper on our committee, and so we did discuss some of the difficulties. But starting with leaf blowers is where most people have started, because that's sort of low-hanging fruit. They're easy to replace with electric, and moving to other things. So phasing in that sense makes sense as well. I don't want to slow it down, but I think that the concept of starting with leaf blowers right away and then moving to other things in a known and fixed schedule, so that people get the idea that this is happening, is, we should move pretty aggressively, because these are, we have to move on all these things, and this is one of them that we need to move on. And but not waiting for a survey and setting a schedule to really get down the list of these pieces of equipment. It's also been mentioned in CAC discussions that, and I think might have been in the ordinance that the sort of draft ordinance that CAC wrote up, that it wasn't used in this staff report, but I'm not sure. But I think there was mention in there about an exemption for like the JPA, can't remember the name, the JPA that's working on clearing our
MWPA?
Yeah. An exemption for that type of work, and that's probably covered by the more than 18-inch chainsaw exemption, but trying to not stymie our efforts to clear brush by making it taking away the tools.
So Bruce, I just wanted to respond to your comment that you want to act aggressively, but limit it to leaf blowers, because that's not what the CAC recommended. So as far as scope, I'm hearing we're unanimous on no survey, but I'd like to kind of delve into the scope of the quote ban.
I didn't mean limit it to leaf blowers. I was saying that I would be open to the idea of starting with leaf blowers, but right now saying that we're going to have a year later, it's going to be something else, as opposed to saying we're going to start with leaf blowers and then maybe we'll get back to it later and discuss other things. No, I would not be in support of that. We should.
You're saying the whole ordinance sequences these things, or
it could be. That's one thing that I'm thinking of where in the staff report it is, but was there another town that didn't San Anselmo do that in theirs? I'm looking at the staff report now to say that by 2023 it was going to be. Do you recall, Sean, what I'm speaking of, or maybe?
Yeah, it was Sausalito that's currently. I don't think the ordinance has actually been introduced. I think they're drafting it, but the idea is they would ban gas leaf blowers immediately, with a phase out of other gas powered landscaping equipment. But the actual details of how they're doing that, I haven't seen that. San Anselmo has just banned the gas leaf blowers so far at this time.
Yeah.
And I guess I don't want to burden the council or the staff with having to like follow up 6 months or a year from now. Like that just feels like a burden from a.
Can I just add that I think what I heard Bruce say, although I guess that's not what I think he said, that he would support doing gas leaf blowers first and then have fixed dates for the other things in the same ordinance.
Yeah,
I would be
that makes
supportive
sense to
of
me.
that
I
idea.
yeah.
And just not that it matters, but it wasn't unanimous on the survey. I still
Oh, I
like
apologize. You're right. I apologize.
I like it more for getting education out to the broader community than just preaching to the converted, which were folks that were interested in climate change. So that's all, but it's okay. I'm outvoted there.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used the word unanimous. Okay, so do we want a motion or we have more deliberations?
Do we need a motion, or is this just going to come back? Is an ordinance going to come back to us next month?
Well, this is staff direction tonight, right? So, but the question I would have.
So are we giving staff the direction to sequence in all the different types, or?
That was just something I said. I don't know.
So I'm supportive of that concept.
I know, I wanted to hear from others. Sounds like you and Bruce are.
That's fine, but what I'm not feeling like we've provided much direction. I mean, nothing in terms of
like the rebate program and enforcement and so forth.
Right. I mean, Heather, maybe you could just outline for us what it is that you need in order to come back with something.
Right. So the first question was whether to do a survey first or not. And what I heard was not to do a survey first. And this second question was really, to kind of talk through what might be in this ordinance. And we'll have to bring that through Janet so that she can make sure that the ordinance is proper and defensible, by our own attorneys. So now an idea has been introduced, I believe, which is phasing in different equipment. And I think you should get a sense of whether that's a council direction or whether you want to just kind of say all landscape equipment that is gas powered with certain exemptions, which could be for emergency or fire fuel reduction by our MWPA, for example. Does that help?
And Sean, yeah, that helps me. Sean, was there a clause about it was like if the equipment's available? Was there some sort of clause like that? Just because we did a similar thing with single-use plastics, right? Where we have this thing that's really strong and it works as the materials become available, it automatically phases it in. So we could take a stronger stance, but yeah, just acknowledging that.
Yeah, good point. And so that we know what already exists and is affordable enough to put it in our ordinance, and what isn't, we can somehow, say as it becomes.
Well, I thought Walt had done that research, which is why we de-scoped the size of the chainsaw, because there wasn't a good alternative. Walt had done that research.
Oh, okay. Well, we didn't see that, so.
Well, we didn't have to
make a suggestion. Why don't I make a suggestion? So
Yeah.
Heather said, okay, we already know majority doesn't want a survey. The second piece is, maybe we just split it. Do we want to do the initial with leaf blowers and then have staff come back with recommendations, what the dates would be for the phasing in of other equipment, and with that, come back with and work with Janet on what appropriate qualifying language would be? Is that if we just take a poll on if the idea of leaf blowers first and then have staff come back, having done some work on what makes sense to phase in and by what dates with the ordinance. I guess I'm just saying, do you like that idea or not?
So I like it conceptually, Barbara, but what I'm wondering is, I don't know enough about, maybe there's 4 different pieces of equipment right now that are easily attainable without great cost, just like a leaf blower that's electric. If we could have that information, I would be more apt to want to put those 4 pieces, for example, in now and then phase the others as they come.
Okay, so this is what the CAC did for 2 meetings, Bruce, if you recall. We talked about, are there electric options for all these types of equipment? And that's where we got a lot of pushback from Chris, and we made the accommodation on the chainsaw. So Walt did all of this research that's not included in that report.
I recall that. I'm just not sure that it was that we would all agree with it. But in response to what Renee was saying, I think string trimmers, as far as I know, are another one that's pretty easily replaceable. We have one ourselves. We have an electric string trimmer. We've never had any gas anything. We have an electric string trimmer, and it works fine.
Right, Bruce, that's my point.
And a chainsaw, a large chainsaw, is clearly one that's difficult to do. Staff report talks about lawnmowers, and I don't think we really talked about them specifically. Maybe we did, but a full-scale lawnmower like the town uses to mow the Duinas Park is, as it says in the staff report, the town would have to spend maybe $27,000 and maybe more than that if you needed to. I don't know what it would mean to upgrade electrical service. I don't really understand that. But can you clarify that, Sean, what you meant about electrical service? Would that mean putting electrical service in the park because you would have a corded lawnmower? Because you're certainly not going to have a battery powered lawnmower, not of that size. So
I think that was.
I mean, they've been around a long time. Small push lawnmowers, like for someone's lawn, they were around when I was a kid. They plug-in ones. That's not, but is the question that you would have to have an outlet within reach in order to use it? Is that what the concern was with that?
So Mark provided some really helpful information on estimating the cost for replacing some of the town landscape equipment, which is where that $27,000 comes from, which is for all the equipment. The lawnmower, commercial lawnmower, is a significant portion of that. And he was saying that for small equipment, shouldn't be a problem. There shouldn't be any electrical upgrades needed. But for like a commercial mower, you may need to do some upgrades. And I don't know if he has some more information about what the technical part of what that would require.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make a suggestion? I mean, I think we're going into what might be called a rabbit hole. We don't have the information before us. So are we going to spend the next hour trying to figure it out? Are we going to say, it's already been decided we're not doing a survey? And there are times where Walt did incredible work and times where things I knew I didn't agree with him. So I think it would be good for Sean to look at what Walt researched, and maybe, I know this is not going to be great, but I think we can talk about this for the next hour or two and not have an answer, and maybe have Sean come back to the next meeting with more specifics on the types of equipment that are readily available versus those that are not, maybe split by commercial versus residential, and have a feel for the cost. Rebates aren't going to cover the entire cost of somebody having to buy a new lawnmower. So I would just suggest that we don't have the information before us. We have a lot of good information, and it sounds like there's some research that's been done. If Sean could take a look at that and come back, I know that you're not going to like this, but next month with the more information, potentially even with the ordinance as well, with suggested dates in it. That's my suggestion, but
I see two more hands. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I concur about, I don't think we're going to solve the question of what's going to be in part of a phased approach tonight. I think that goes back to direction for staff. I think it's pretty clear that we all feel it's feasible to move forward with the gas-powered leaf blowers, and maybe in between now and the next month, when another ordinance, a draft ordinance is brought forward, if that's what the will of the council, maybe there are other things that are included, Sean, and it's clear that there's some interest here. I think the two other outstanding things we have to figure out here tonight, just, are we going to do some sort of rebate program? And if we're all on board with the enforcement mechanism that's been proposed by staff? And I'm for both of those things. I'll just put that out there up front. Thanks.
Yeah,
Do you have a final comment, Bruce?
I'm for both of those things as well. Yeah, I agree. I don't think we're going to solve this tonight. I do think that that Sean should take a look at the research that was already done. That was done, and a lot of work went into it. So we should take a look at that. And I'm sort of seeing two different approaches to how to, because the concern is equity. I mean, that's kind of the bottom line concern about, we obviously want to do this. We would like to just ban everything gasoline tonight, but we can't do it. And so the question is, what about the people, many of whom don't live in this town, but they are trying to run a business and they do landscaping. That's what they're trying to do. And all of a sudden we're telling them that they need to replace everything. So we're trying to be sensitive to that. That's the issue. I think that's an important issue. So it seems like there's a couple of different approaches to that have been mentioned, just to point it out and not to decide it tonight. One of them is to come up with years and say, right now we can do string trimmers and leaf blowers, but it may be a couple more years before we can do something else, like big chainsaws or whatever. That's sort of the approach that Sausalito seems to be thinking about. Another approach is to say in the law that there's an exemption if there's not good equipment available. But that kind of goes back to what Janet said in our last agenda item, that if you're going to ask staff to make these judgments, you have to give them some criteria for making the judgment. That it may not be very practical to leave it that open-ended, that, well, if you can't afford it, then you don't have to do it, because for some people, what they can't afford is different than for other people. But I think probably it needs more study, and hopefully, Sean, you've got the direction as to the kind of things we'd like to look at. Certainly,
yeah,
and
I
look at the research that's been done.
Thank you, Bruce. I concur, and if we could get our local hardware store to be the source of the rebate program, that would be great. I think Jackson Hardware was the other one that San Anselmo was using, and I think it would be great to talk to our local business who offers that equipment. You have what you need, Sean?
Yeah, this has been really helpful discussion. So thank you. And I can definitely do that research and get that whatever research has already been done by the Climate Action Committee. I know Jody had sent me some stuff already, but I'll work with them and try to bring to future council meeting staff report that kind of gets into the details more, and potentially introduce an ordinance. Well, I guess that's one thing I'm not. So for the next meeting, is the idea to introduce an ordinance, or just bring a staff report with more information.
Here's what I'd suggest, Sean, if the rest of the council, I think to the extent you feel that you can get the research completed and have enough information to come forward with an ordinance that does that phasing, you should do that. if for some reason, you know, your halftime, you are able to do the research and provide us the specific details that are needed without the ordinance. I mean, I think that's the most we can ask, but
I'm fine with that.
Well, hello, excuse me. Let me ask a question because I'm the one who has to draft this up. If we're talking about bringing an ordinance next time for introduction, then we need to have some very definitive structure to that. And is there agreement that this is going to be an initial ordinance with changes later on after it's effective as equipment becomes available? So that's sort of what I understand the phasing of the equipment to be. Or is this an issue that we're still trying to get research on and look at and determine such that we're not quite ready to structure the ordinance in that way yet?
I think Janet, I think the first part of what you said is a little, I think the idea is an ordinance that has an initial phase out of at least leaf blowers, potentially something else, and then have fixed dates for phasing out the other type of equipment to be elucidated in that ordinance. If Sean can get that work done and then get it to you so you can turn it into an ordinance to bring to us.
So we're going to have an ordinance that initially phases out leaf blowers, gas-powered leaf blowers, and then there will be other equipment with dates for its phase out suggested in this.
Well, based on the research, some of the other equipment could be immediate as well, alongside the same timing as the leaf blower.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll work with Sean and we'll see what we've got as far as research is concerned and bring forward to you. We just have to know what you're asking us to phase out. And it seems to me it's leaf blowers for sure, and it may be other equipment as determined by research that has been done, but I haven't seen. So
I would really appreciate you looking at the language that we included in scope that the CAP put forth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As we did spend a lot of time on it.
Yeah, I
research.
agree. Yeah.
So, but I can send it to you all again. Unless you want me to read it again.
Are you talking about the ordinance that was included?
Yeah, it's defined what's in scope in there.
It's not included in the staff report.
No.
I'm talking about what I've sent to Janet a few months ago.
CAC's recommendation, which CAC worked on for quite a while. I've never been comfortable with it. CAC wrote a sort of a draft ordinance. It could be something like this, and that's the thing that actually a lot of work went into it, and we discussed these compromises, and that's what we came up with. So that's the thing that Sean should take a look at.
Okay, yeah, we did look at that. Okay, I'll go back and look at it again.
Okay. And Jim, the ordinance would not include the rebate program, right? That would just be more of a program outside of the ordinance, right?
Can be done by resolution, doesn't have to be done by ordinance, and probably is better done by resolution, I would say.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question? And I think it's good that you already have an ordinance that CAC did. Although I've seen some of those in the past when I was on CAC and they needed some work.
Yeah.
But I think you also mentioned that Walt did some separate research that is available, not just the final outcome. And I think at a minimum, Sean and Janet should see that to see the background of where his conclusions in the ordinance came from. So if you have that, that would be good to send them to.
I don't know that I have it. I know Jody has a lot, but I can reach out to Walt.
Okay.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
All right.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Sean.
Moving on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 23, discuss format for town public meetings beginning in the month of May and provide direction to staff. Michelle.
Yes. Hi, Madam Mayor.
Hi.
And council. So this is your opportunity to discuss the options in going back to in-person meetings now that we're getting used to the new normal. And I will share my screen with PowerPoint. And I think Janet might be weighing in as well, because there is a legal side to all of this. So we're recommending for tonight that you at least tell us what you want in May and possibly going forward. The options, and here we have them, there are 4 options. They were included in the staff report. And the first one is, of course, what we're doing right now. It's an all virtual meeting for everyone. And you could continue doing this if you feel that the safety and public health safety, needs it. The second option is to use a hybrid format where the council is in person and the public is virtual. In other words, the council will be in the women's club meeting the way they used to, without the public present, but the public would be able to watch the meeting on TV the way they can now, and on a web stream, I believe, and also on Zoom, most importantly, because they would be able to participate through Zoom as they do now, either by computer, phone, or telephone. Zoom has the call-in option. So for the public, nothing would change. For the council would be in the women's club. The third option is, again, a hybrid format where the council is in the women's club in person and the public is also in the women's club in person, or they have an option to participate virtually by Zoom, as just described. And then the final option, and sort of made it in a spectrum, is to just do all in person for everyone only with no virtual option. So just like pre-COVID times. So we're seeking direction on this, as I said, for May and going forward. And talking about all the phasing in, we could phase in if you like. But, and I did connect with some other clerks in Marin County, and that was included in the staff report. And of course, it's changed. So Larkspur is also meeting tonight, the town council, and they went to a, I would call it option 3. They're using a hybrid, and the council's in person in the chambers, and the public, it has the option to participate in person or by virtual means. And San Anselmo has decided on an option of their council is meeting in person and the public is staying virtual this last meeting, but I believe they're going to option 3 at their next April meeting, like Larkspur, where the public can be in person or on Zoom. And I noticed that Larkspur's agenda recommended social distancing, face coverings, and vaccinations were strongly recommended. I did mention in the staff report that given our women's club and our staff, it would be difficult for us to enforce any of those public health guidelines, such as social distancing and masking and vaccination status. I'm not sure how that would really work for us. then we move on to the next slide. So we're also not only talking about the town council, but all the boards, committees, and commissions of the town. So based on my conversation with Janet, and Janet, feel free to jump in, the recommendation is whatever the council does would then be followed by all the rest. However, there is one difference, and I tried to put this matrix together to show the difference. And that is that only the town council and the planning commission have the option to do the Zoom hybrids because the staff is there, CMTV is there, and I'm not sure that we could pull off those Zoom options for the other boards and committees other than planning commission and town council who've always met and had their meetings broadcast. So this option matrix, also it shows the 4 options I just described across the top, and then down the side, these are some variations. So you see the AB 361 resolution that we adopted earlier this evening that Councilmember Goddard asked about, allowing the town to hold the public meeting virtually without having to follow the old Brown Act teleconferencing rules of posting an agenda in the place that's not in the women's club and allowing public into that place. Anyway, so also, so that the AB 361 resolution would apply for the first 2 options, and then you see for the second 2 options that you would not need to adopt that.
Can I ask a question about that, Michelle? Yeah, so please. Do the committees and boards and commissions, do they have the flexibility of choosing, or do they have to go back to in person?
Depends.
Is that Janet?
It is. Hi, sorry. It depends. You can provide that flexibility to them if you like, or you can not, and then they would follow council. So council leads, commissions, boards, committees follow, or council says this is what we're going to do, and we allow flexibility for committees and commissions. But the technology availability is one piece of it, and then the authority as granted by council through the 361 resolution or not is the other piece of it. So 2 pieces. One is practical, is the technology available? Can it happen on a practical basis? And then the other one is the authority, where the council adopts the 361 resolution allowing for hybrid or completely virtual meetings, or doesn't adopt the 361 resolution. And what it means is we go back to the way things used to be, where the new Brown Act rules are basically for the decision makers. They're the ones where you have to have a quorum in the jurisdiction. So on the Zoom meetings, on the virtual meetings that we've been doing, every one of you could be in some different state and it wouldn't matter. You could all Zoom in and that's fine. But the way it used to be was a quorum, majority of you, 3 of you had to be in the jurisdiction, had to be in the city limits of Fairfax and town limits of Fairfax. And you could come in only if you posted the agenda at where you were having the meeting 72 hours in advance for a regular, 24 for a special. And you theoretically allowed members of the public in to view the meeting with you. And so those are the old Brown Act rules. The new ones, all that's gone, and you can be anywhere. All 5 of you can be anywhere. So you have to think also about the Planning Commission and whatever you do, whether or not you want to provide flexibility to them. And you want to give everybody enough lead time. That's why when Renee asked that question earlier tonight about adopting the 361 resolution, we wanted to do that, make sure that was in place for the month of May. For the month of April, excuse me, and then come May, we would make a decision tonight about what would happen in May. So there would be lead time for that to go ahead and everybody to prepare whatever they needed to prepare to be able to comply.
So Janet, could I clarify something there? Were you saying, because I've never heard this before, were you just saying that it would be possible for boards and commissions, not including the council and the planning commission, to be able to continue to meet virtually as we are, where we publish the agenda? It's a Zoom meeting. The public can attend the Zoom meeting. The public can comment at the Zoom meeting, even if the council and planning commission go to an in-person or a hybrid format?
So
did I get that wrong?
Well, if you went to a hybrid, are you talking about planning commission staying completely virtual? Is that what you're saying?
That wasn't what I was saying. No, I guess I'm not understanding maybe this matrix, that if we on the council, and I'm not saying this is what I'm supporting, I'm not even sure yet, but let's say we on the council were to decide to go to in-person meetings, either just the way it was before COVID or a hybrid meeting where the public could call in, but the public could also come in person. And we didn't, for ourselves, we wouldn't need the AB 361 resolution anymore because we would just be back to in-person meetings. So I guess two questions. Would that mean the planning commission had to do the same thing? That's what I've always understood, is the planning commission would also have to do that. And the second question would be, would other boards and commissions like Open Space or the Tree Committee or Climate Action Committee have to do that as well? Or could some of those commissions, because you said something about decision-making committees or something, there's something that you said that made me wonder whether
I said the Brown Act provisions are almost exclusively, not exclusive, but almost exclusively for the decision makers, because the provisions really govern the decision makers on any of either the council or the planning commission. They really govern, when the rule that you have to have a quorum in the jurisdiction, that's talking about the people on the committee as opposed to the public. Maybe that's what I should have added, as opposed to the public. But here's the question that we're struggling with. And believe me, cities are all over the map on this. People are doing all kinds of different things. And it varies from county to county because the advice being given from county health departments varies from county to county. But it's basically about the social distancing aspects of it and whether or not you can have an in-person meeting in a particular location, what the size of that location is, how many people usually attend, whether or not that can be safely done. And so I don't know, for example, where CAC meets. I don't know where Open Space meets. But if the location is not big enough to handle those groups and whatever members of the public normally attend those, you might want to consider giving them the flexibility to still be able to do a virtual meeting, because it wouldn't be safe to require them to be in person in some smaller venue with all of the people there together indoors in a smaller venue. So that's something you might want to think about. That was my only.
My question is, and I would agree, just to answer what you were just saying, CAC used to meet in the community center in a little room that's probably the size of a living room. Mm-hmm. But that was a long time ago. And now we've been meeting virtually for over 2 years. And CAC has also grown, and we also have more people coming to our meetings. So I don't think we could fit in that living room, even if COVID had never even happened at this point. Mm-hmm. And it certainly wouldn't be safe. So, but my question really was, could CAC continue to meet virtually, even if council decided that we wanted to meet in person.
If you adopt a 361 reso and provide that flexibility to them.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Because you'd be making a finding that it isn't safe to hold a CAC meeting in the location where they normally hold it. It'd be too many people, and there couldn't be social distancing, and it would not be a safe public meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So can I make a suggestion? So I think we could do this. We could decide what we want to do for the council, and we could still every month adopt a 361 resolution for our boards and committees that all meet in the small place. So for example, at MCE, we do a 361 resolution every month, and because the executive committee usually meets every month and the board doesn't always meet every month, we do it for all of the standing committees. So in theory, we could say, I'm just going to say, I would vote for option 3 for the council and the planning commission, and then say for the rest of our standing committees that really are limited because they meet in that little community center, that we would adopt a 361 resolution and allow them to continue to meet by Zoom, to the extent that there still are some, at least local requirements for social distancing.
Can I ask that we come back together to see each other?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I raise an issue? I'm a little concerned because our situation is such that once our commissions and committees and boards are back in person, there really is no more access for people virtually to their meetings. With us, it's different because we can adopt that item, that option 3, which is the one that I would vote for council. So it really is something that's almost a deeper consideration, given that we don't have the technology to provide that kind of a hybrid setting for our boards and commissions. And it is a great loss to the public and the commission itself.
I will say that aspect of it is something that is being brought up and discussed quite a bit. There are some people who would participate in commissions or committees or even council, and they don't feel safe coming to an in-person public meeting. And so that aspect of allowing them to participate remotely is something that has been seen as a benefit that should be considered.
And if I may, since we're looking at this, and I know everyone is, I think we need to, and we've talked about this over these last couple of years, we have to provide some consistency because during COVID, there were times when, let's say the Res J, people could, come in and they were being recorded, and other boards and commissions were not being recorded, were not being uploaded onto YouTube. There really was a great lack of consistency. So I think whatever we do, if we are able to figure out a technology to, grant as much access to our meetings as possible, that it goes straight across the board.
Well, if you allow the smaller standing, so other than the planning commission, if you allow them to all meet by Zoom, you can record Zoom.
Right.
And so that is providing the access. But so what is the problem with that?
Because it means that they can't ever meet in person because they don't have the technology. They're not in the women's club in order to provide a hybrid option.
Well, I can tell you that we did a retreat for Age Friendly. There's not that many people, and some of us met in person, and Jody set it up so that people could Zoom in as well. It's a little more difficult because you have to keep moving your computer around, but it could be done that way.
Can you do that legally, Janet, if they're actually public, is it age friendly a town?
It's an ad hoc committee of parks, so it's not a separate one. I'm just saying that we were able to do it from a logistics standpoint.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure there are ways to do it. I'm just asking that when we do, as we explore this, that we find, we look for any opportunity to do this.
Yeah, I totally concur, Renee. And the CAC ones are being, they're using my personal Zoom account, and I don't have the kind of account where it stores or it uploads. So I'm just constantly deleting them. We just use them to capture minutes. So they're not stored anywhere, just for full transparency. And they're not accessible to the public after the fact.
And we're kind of going from questions into discussion, which maybe we shouldn't be until we hear public comment, but just a question.
Sorry.
Another concern, really a fairly primary concern for me, is just for people who are serving on the committees to be able to participate in the committees without having to drive themselves to the place and to be in town. And it's interesting that one of the silver linings of COVID is we've all become Zoom experts, and Zoom itself has gotten pretty good. Zoom was, they just got launched right before COVID, so they were pretty lucky. But it ends up that now we have this technology. We all know how to use Zoom. It's installed on our computer. It works pretty well. And to me, that's a step forward for humanity. We can do things better now than we could. And it just disappoints me that we would find ourselves going back to the Brown Act as it was written before we had this technology and limiting ourselves that way. But on the other hand, to say we're never going to have public meetings again in person, that's certainly not the way to go. So, I just wish we could find a way where we could have the benefit of what we already have, which includes for a commission to be able to just have the commission meeting by Zoom. And the council have the hybrid meeting. That's the hybrid meetings for the council is an example of having the best of both worlds.
Well, and I understand that, but I want to caution that even though it's technology and it's convenient technology, that this whole thing is premised upon safety, public health safety. And so we can use this technology right now, under the existing set of statutory guidelines, because we're doing it for public health safety.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I understand that's the legal situation we're in. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that it's disappointing that, and maybe this is being thought about on the state level of changing the Brown Act in some way to modernize it, to say, well, you could also do Zoom meetings, or for certain levels of committees, that maybe the council wouldn't be able to just do Zoom meetings forever, but maybe a smaller commission in the town could. I'd like to see something adjusted in the Brown Act itself so that in the absence of a public health declaration, we still are able to use this technology to increase public participation in committees, among other things.
Right. Okay, should we open it to public comment? Let's do that.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any raised hands, Madam Mayor. If you want to, oh, I see one. Okay. And that is Frank Egger. I've unmuted you.
Thank you, Michelle. Frank Egger of Medaway. It's interesting. Fairfax's technology is behind the times. I'm regularly on Zoom meetings with over 100 participants, where you see every participant in the meeting. You can tell who they are, where they are, what they look like, watch them speak. But Fairfax, the only thing you see is a little, statement up top of someone speaking. One of the problems with Zoom meetings is it takes away the ability of the public to actually face their elected officials in person, and it takes away the opportunity for the public officials to actually be in a room with the public who were there to speak or to comment on an issue. There's that interaction that's completely missing because of Zoom. You may think, well, it's real easy on everyone, but it's probably one of the most undemocratic processes that I've seen in decades. There's a reason why there is a Brown Act, and I'm not sure how long that the governor will be able to void the enforcement of the Brown Act. It's I've been to some public meetings already with city councils, with boards of supervisors, and actually last week with the Ross Valley Flood Zone 9 group, and there were public meetings. I wear masks everywhere I go because I just want to keep myself protected. And then when I get into a meeting when no one's wearing a mask, well, maybe I'll take the mask off. But generally, I try to wear a mask. It's important that our elected officials and the public interact in person. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
I don't see any other raised hands.
Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion? We have more deliberation.
I'm ready to make a motion, and if nobody likes it, we can do something different. My motion would be that the council and the planning commission use hybrid number 3, option 3. And I would suggest that the other part of it, as part of my motion, would be that we continue to do AB 361 findings for the other standing committees and get a town Zoom account that they can access for those committees. And as far as the future for those committees, a change in that, let's work on that later. But for now, get a town Zoom account that they can all access and do AB 361 findings for now. But for us in Planning Commission, do the hybrid format where the council's in person and the public has the option to participate in person or by virtual means.
Effective May, regular meeting?
Yes.
And if I may, and I would like to second your motion, but I'm just wondering, given our Planning Commission as we know it, are they all comfortable coming back in person? Can we make that decision for them before we've asked them?
Well, I know of 2 of them that one of them is in another state, and I have talked to that person about that, and she's willing to post and all that. And I don't know about the other person very well.
So at this point, though, just for clarification, if we did this and it included the Planning Commission, what would it take for them to, 1 or 2 of them, or less than a quorum, to be virtual?
So they would have to follow the old Brown Act rules of posting a regular agenda 72 hours in advance at the location where they're going to be, or special meeting 24 hours in advance, post that agenda, and then open up wherever they are for the public to come and participate with them from that location.
So meaning if we go forward with Barbara's motion, then at least they have that as an option. Are they, should they not be comfortable coming back in person in May? Is that correct?
That is true. We've always had the option for people, some people, not all, not a quorum.
Not me. Sorry.
Well, but that's
participate remotely. Yes.
That scenario you just described would apply to council as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
As long as there's
as there are 3 in the jurisdiction.
Okay. And the AB 361, as described by Kohler in the motion, we would revisit that monthly as we have been.
We have to. For May, it would be revised. It would be a revised reso for you to consider.
Yeah.
Then in that case, I would second Councilmember Kohler's motion.
And could I just, that moved pretty quickly to a motion, and I didn't even know a motion was needed for this because we're just providing direction to staff. But in any case, if I can just say something before we vote, although I'd love to get out and get done with the meeting, I realize that it's late. But I've felt before COVID even happened, I felt like it's something we ought to do to get a little bit clearer on what our policies are with regard to when a council member, or for that matter, a planning commission member, might be able to participate in a meeting virtually, because it just seemed inconsistent. There was a time when John Reed was able to do that. There was a time when Renee was not able to do that, as I recall. And I didn't see what the consistency was there. And I thought at that time we ought to discuss that at some point, figure that out. That's just under the regular Brown Act. That's before COVID. That was just for that less than a quorum, generally a rare event, but that some council member is not in town at the time. It just seemed like we weren't very consistent about whether they were just excluded from the meeting or whether they could attend the meeting. So I think we ought to discuss that. Not tonight.
I would suggest that we didn't have a policy really at the time. And so I think at another time, you're right, not tonight, we should discuss it.
So
I heard a motion, Kohler. I heard a second, Goddard.
Yep. And so roll call.
Michelle, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman?
I'm just going to abstain because I don't even know what the Planning Commission thinks about this. We haven't asked them, but we're just deciding for them. So I'm not decided. I'll abstain.
Okay. Councilmember Goddard?
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano?
Yes.
And Mayor Hellman?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Before we go further, I appreciate I appreciate his abstention and the reasons for it. So I'm just curious, if we were to speak with the Planning Commission at this point, given that we just passed this, and they said, a quorum of them said, no, we're not comfortable. What are we left with?
Well, we can do that, and then we will provide an alternative reso for your consideration next time. How about that?
Okay.
Okay. And I'm also assuming that staff is ready to implement option 3 because that's the most complicated option for staff. Are you?
TMCM has been working with Michelle. Just one quick thing, Janet. We make sure that you reach out to the planning commissioners, at least the 2 that I'm aware of, and make sure that they have the information that they would be expected to go back in person potentially, or post.
Yeah.
Okay.
there's our direction to staff.
Yeah, I have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just lost my,
Agenda.
yeah, it's back though. I know we're at near the
We're
end.
at the bottom.
We're at the bottom, indeed. Heather, do you want to give a town manager's report?
Given the lateness of the hour, I will just bid you good night.
The town manager is tired. Yes.
Okay. And as far as future agenda items, I noted there was, I think, an inadvertent omission on this. We had discussed having a rent stabilization in the May meeting, so I'd like to see that get added. I've also requested that we invite Supervisor Katie Rice and Senator Mike McGuire to an upcoming meeting pending their availability. So if anyone opposes that, let me know.
May I just ask, is there for a specific purpose or sort of a state of the district?
No, we just haven't. In my tenure, neither of them have shown up, other than maybe to Katie's maybe commented on a topic or two. So it would just really be nice to hear from both of them. They make the rounds at other councils, and it's honestly past due as far as
my experience. I haven't seen Senator McGuire come to a council meeting. He's created forums in like Ross Valley before. It may be, I mean, you can certainly invite in, but it may be better to ask his office if he'd be willing to do a forum in Fairfax for San Anselmo and other Ross Valley people, something like that.
Yeah, we can offer that as an alternative. Thanks, Barbara. Any other comments or suggestions for the forecast?
I'm looking at the potential special meeting items, and I would like to put in a plug for conducting an ARPA workshop, or however that looks, because we throw around the idea that we have funds, and I feel as though they're sort of ethereal at this point. So it would be really good to know what the timeline is, what we're actually allowed to use them for, because there is differing information out there. So I would like to have that not just too far in the parking lot.
Well, how does the ARPA funding, because my sense of what the council wanted was to take all the ARPA funds together and think about it as a whole, which makes sense, as opposed to sort of whoever's the first group to come up with a proposal gets some money and then the others get what's left. But I'm wondering, when does that occur? Because we have a budgeting workshop coming up in less than 2 months, and are we going to be discussing the ARPA funding at that time, or afterwards, or before it? Haven't thought about that for a while.
It's actually important that we know where that might play in as we're looking at our budget allocations. So I don't know, Barbara, what do you think?
I'm thinking that we're starting to talk about ARPA and it's after midnight. I think you ought to talk to the town manager about what makes sense. I don't think it makes sense at the budget workshop, which is more specific, but why don't you talk to her? We each meet with her weekly and give her a little time to, sort of digest. I know she has some ideas. So rather than trying to do it at midnight, which we love to do.
Well, I wasn't going to try to do it at midnight.
I wasn't proposing we figure out the ARPA funding tonight, just to be clear on that.
Okay, thanks for raising that. And we adjourn in memory of Doug Wilson. former Fairfax council member. We wrote a proclamation earlier this evening. And I think we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good
Night.
night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.